Folks on the phone, are you guys able to hear us?
Yes, loud and clear.
Fantastic, thank you. So just give us like 2 more minutes, then we will get started.
Okay.
It was a very good. There were very good discussions. Hopefully, we'll get to the next level of video today with the different SIG discussions and peeling the onion a little bit more. And with that, let's not waste any more time. And good luck to everyone. And let's get right to it.
Same here. Just don't want to take too much time. Welcome back. I'm actually glad to see many of you still here and on the line. Hope the day yesterday was good. Let us know, if you need anything. Actually, we hope we can, host this in the future. But we're working together with LF to understand what to do next. So without taking too much time, I think we just want to probably introduce the next speaker, which is Ankur Jain. Ankur heads up engineering for many things here at Google Cloud, including telecom, and not only telecom. He's gonna talk a little bit about that. I had the pleasure of working with Ankur for the last couple of years since I joined Google Cloud. And I think it's a very interesting talk track today. And Ankur has done, again, many things here. He's gonna talk through that and some of the experience that he's actually infusing in this project. In fact, his team is the project working on Nephio from an engineering perspective, together with our, Anto's team as well. All right, thank you. So,
Hello, everyone. First off, thank you. Thank you to all of you on the live stream as well as all of you in the over here in person. And I was over here for a few sessions yesterday afternoon also, and I was very thrilled to see the level of excitement that was there in the room. There were good discussions happening, engaging discussions happening. So, really, thanks a lot for all of that. I'm Ankur Jain. I lead engineering for Google Cloud's products in for telco, distributed cloud, our immersive stream products, and as Gabriel was mentioning, the Google's contributions to Nephio are also coming from my team. I'm a long-time Googler. I've been at Google for 17 years now, 17 plus years. And during this time, I've been fortunate to have built and operated several large-scale networking systems for Google. These range from our content delivery network to our backbone and our peering edge infrastructure, our different connectivity programs such as Google Fi, Project Loon, and in today's talk, what I'll do is share some of my learnings from building specifically automation systems for some of these networking systems, and draw some parallels to what we as a community are trying to do as part of Nephio. So one of the first systems that I worked on was Google Global Cache. This is our, or GGC in shorthand. This is our content delivery network that serves highly cacheable content such as YouTube videos, map tiles and stuff like that from a rack of servers that are deployed within an ISP, and which therefore helps improve, since it's closer to the user, it helps performance for the user experience for those who are using these services, as well as helps reduce congestion on the network. It reduces backhaul and internet transit traffic. Today, GGC nodes are deployed in thousands of locations globally across thousands of ISPs. This is me back in 2008. I was provisioning, I think, the second node, the second GGC node, and by the way, looking much happier than I remember I was on that day, because I had just flown in on a very long flight. I was quite jet lagged, and there was, I think this rack was a rack of 4 servers, and one after another, I logged into the server. Back then, we did not have remote provisioning turned on for GGC. So someone had to go over there. I went over there, logged into the servers through the console, used a drive to get the servers up and running, waited for the upgrades to happen, set up the binary, set up the configuration, made sure that the servers were connected back to the mothership. And in fact, if I remember correctly, I also ended up breaking one of the servers as part of the turn up. So this is definitely not what automation is supposed to be. But YouTube traffic was growing fast those days, and every week we saw a new peak. Every Saturday around noontime, we would end up seeing a new peak. And a few months later, this one Friday evening, I was just about to head out from the office when my product manager stops me on my way out, and he said, "Hey, Ankur," he informs me, "Ankur, there are 5 ISPs who have been delivered these GGC nodes over the past week. They're running out of capacity. So can you please turn all of these up before tomorrow?" Now, that evening was quite a slog. I ended up turning one node after another. By that time, we had done a little bit more as I said, some things had changed. So we had, of course, started doing remote provisioning. But like any self-respecting engineer, software engineer, I effectively ended up turning what was till then a manual set of efforts, a manual set of commands that we used to run into an automated script. So there it was. That was sort of our first version of automation. That it's effectively imperative style script. And I would say that it actually worked maybe just fine for another year or year and a half. But we were at that time soon getting into the stage where multiple racks were getting turned up every week, and there were days when there were several racks being turned up on the same day. There were these nodes that were getting resized, so new servers getting added. There were nodes getting decommissioned, completely new binaries that we were trying to roll out to these systems. Microservices, we used to call them binaries, but microservices, we were just rolling them out. There were several of those getting rolled out on a daily basis, new configurations being rolled out. The script that we had initially written was just not scaling at that point in time. So the team got together, and we ended up building an automation system with some of the following tenets. So we had a centralized source of truth of what we wanted the network to be. That was the stated intent of the network. And then there were a distributed set of actuators that were running on the GDC nodes, which would translate the intended state, and make sure that the actual state of the network was reconciled with that. By then we also had different kinds of GDC nodes running on different hardware types, different hardware generations, also running in completely different networking constructs, networking setups. So some and we made sure that there would be the framework would be extensible, so that we could write different actuators for these different underlying setups. One of the other things was that it was the same team that was supporting the underlying infra, the services, the binaries that would run on top, as well as the configs for these systems. And we wanted to make sure that it was cognitively simpler for the operational teams to effectively use the same system for whether it was the underlying infra, the binaries, or the configs. And so that was one of the other tenets in terms of building the system. And as we put together the system, I would actually look back, and as I look back, I actually think that we ended up designing a fairly good system back then, because the system that we have today is still the same system that was designed and built 10 years back. Of course, there have been a lot of improvements that have been made along the way, but both in terms of scalability as well as being cognitively simpler for the operational teams, the system just worked, did what it was supposed to do, and it has stood the test of time. One of the other things that was not actually an explicit tenet while we were building the system, but as I retrospectively look back, one of the things that we ended up doing was build this out using, like all software that we build within Google for our internal system, there's a central repository. So there's a code base that is accessible to engineers from across different teams. And so while we had initially built this system for our content delivery network, a couple of years later, I was working on our backbone and our peering edge, SDN-based peering edge infrastructure. And the team over there effectively used the same system, but of course extended on the data model to now a completely new adjacent domain, which is our peering edge. Wrote a new set of actuators, And it was actually the actual team that was working on it was a different team. But the fact was, what ended up starting off as an automation system for our CDN ended up getting used in a completely different domain. And what has happened since then is actually the same system has been used for not just these two systems, but several other networking systems that are used across Google right now. So I would say there was sort of like almost an unexpected benefit of having of this accessible of the code base being accessible, in that it ended up being a very extensible architecture. So till now, I was really talking about our internal Google systems, but as I look at where we as an industry are, I think I see some of the same challenges that we have faced along the way in where we are right now in the telecom industry. So of course, look, there is a almost like a secular trend happening across different industries in the move to cloud. In telecom specifically, especially with 5G rollouts happening, all the networking equipment providers, many of you in the room, they've written these NFs now as containerized functions. Hardware disaggregation is hardware software disaggregation is something that we are all together working on, and but where all of this puts together and when I speak to as I've spoken to network operators globally, we are right now at a place where there is hardware and software aggregation. There are a bunch of microservices, and really there is a need and a here and now need around automation to make sure that we realize the full benefits of moving over to cloud, which is around operational agility and around reduced operational costs, quite honestly. But where I where I see things currently to be is many of these systems end up being proprietary, which is to say, and which therefore also means that it is not possible for a network operator to take a system and extend it to adjacent domains. The other issue that I end up seeing is that what ends up happening also is that for different components, whether it is the underlying NF infra, let's say coming from a cloud provider or from a network equipment provider, these all end up being much more so vertically integrated management systems, and so the responsibility ends up falling on many of you in the room in terms of putting it all together and actually automating it. Finally, there are completely different systems to manage the life cycle of the infra versus the binaries, as well as the configs and so on. So clearly, like some of the challenges that I think I've seen in managing config before or managing our own internal networking systems is something that I'm hearing from some of you as I talk to you. And really, all of this really defeats the purpose of what we are trying to achieve as part of cloud native networks, which is exactly to go in the opposite direction, which is to reduce operational complexity, reduce operational costs. So this is where I believe we as a community have the potential to really realize the vision of cloud native networks, and here's where I feel that some of the principles that we as a community have taken into account while building Nephio really sets us up on a very good path. So on one hand, we have Kubernetes and its resource model, which is inherently a declarative model. So it sort of like reflects on some of the earlier things we were talking about, the stated intended state of the network getting translated into the actual state of the network, and especially through operators. Also the ability to have the ability for any provider, whether it is, let's say, a network equipment provider, to write their own CRDs and operators and extend it with minimal changes to a completely new environment, that becomes much easier. Also, no real vendor lock-in for the operator, because they can, as long as they take a system that is Nephio compliant, it is always possible to switch over, let's say, the big blue box coming from one provider, which could be us, which could be us being Google, or another one, to a completely different network automation provider. Finally, the fact that we end up using the same systems for all these different layers, whether it is the underlying infra, the config, the binaries themselves, that really should make it much simpler from an operational perspective for the teams involved. So really taking it all together, like we at Google, we're actually quite excited with the potential of Nephio, and we're fully committed in making it a reality. There was already a session yesterday where we walked through what we as Google are doing as part of our commitments towards making Nephio successful, which of course includes the working with you all in terms of defining this architecture more, coming up with the reference implementation, publishing at least our own CRDs and operators for the Google infra, as well as working with some of you in terms of opening up some of the other CRDs and operators. And then there will be, we also talked about some of the building blocks that we are already open sourcing, as whether it is, and that we have already open sourced. But in addition, like, I think there will be other things that I can see in future us definitely doing. For example, like, especially when it comes to these cloud native networks, just having a framework for canarying rollback and doing rollbacks on stateful network services, that is an inherent capability that we could also be looking at. So look, in closing, there's clearly the industry secular trend of network of move to the cloud is happening in all industry. In all industries, it's happening in the telco space. We believe for that to really be successful, a good automation, extensible automation system is essential. Nephio provides a great framework to build that. And we at Google are definitely committed to investing in it and supporting it. And we seek your support in making that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ankur. I think it was a great insight. I appreciate your time and presence here. Thank you for the presentation. So next, we're going to have a panel. Again, today is more informal session after this. So we have the panel, and after the panel, it's all Q&A, as you know that is in the agenda. So I welcome Tina, who's going to moderate the session. And Tina, thanks for joining us today. I know that you have a busy schedule, and you accepted this invite and want to be part of this conference. Appreciate that. And we also have Prajot Singh, and he's a VP of Core Edge. Prajot, welcome you to the stage. And we also have Amar, and he's the co-founder and CEO at Arna Networks. So, Amar, please come into the stage. And we also have Sebastian, and he's a CEO and co-founder of Kubernetes, and welcomes to the stage as well. Yesterday, you guys were asking questions, so we're going to ask questions to you guys today. All right, so there's a 4 set of questions that people wanted to exchange. So please feel free to discuss between you guys. And these are the questions. Tina, I think you probably have to see the questions. Maybe I've already memorized it.
Hi, everyone. This is Tina Zhou, the Alpha Edge Board Chair and also Enterprise Architect in ARM. I'm happy to moderate today's panel with my friend already. So we already have the set of questions. I think go with the first question is why cloud native automation critically needed by telco. Let's start from, let me do the level. Sebastian?
Yeah, I can start. What was the question again? Yeah, I think we see it also in the enterprise. There's a lot of value cloud native can bring to it. Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, I'm Sebastian, one of the two founders of Kubernetes. I'm also at the board of the CNCF and the Linux Networking Foundation, and we primarily what we do is like building Kubernetes operators. So we are fully in the Kubernetes space and having a platform how to manage Kubernetes cluster across all environments. And so for this, Nephio is quite interesting for us, and we think, yeah, customers, we have a lot of customers who are using us in the edge and see the value there, and we see this more and more also on the telco side as well. So, I mean, networking, I would say, is one of the most distributed application. Microservices is all about distributed applications, so why not gaining really the benefit out of it? I think the big challenge is it needs a big re-architecturing and re-implementation of a lot of components there. But I think when we go this way in the future, we can do a lot of more automation, what we yesterday also discussed.
So hi, this is Prabjot, VP Engineering at Core.io. So as part of our organization, we are heavily focused on edge solutions, and cloud native technologies onboarding onto the edge has been one of the prime requirement, not just from the enterprise, but also from the telcos. And one of the key thing that we are looking at, right? So even if we refer to some of the discussions that we are and keynotes that we were having yesterday, automation is not just about simplifying something, automating some process so that I don't need human intervention. It is more about achieving some sort of goals, technologies, which is not really possible without the cloud native automation. So 5G is a perfect example for that, right? Where edge and cloud native is looking forward to bridge that gap together with that automation in place to make sure that some of your critical resources at the edge can be utilized in a much better way with a lot of innovation, technologies, standards coming up in that direction. I think it will be very critical from that aspect that we bring in the cloud native automation onto the.
Yeah, hi, this is Amar Kapadia. I'm one of the two co-founders. Okay, I should have watched for the green button, the green light. This is Amar Kapadia. I'm one of the two co-founders of Arna Networks. We use Linux Foundation projects to create a cloud-native orchestration, lifecycle management, and automation platform for network services and edge computing applications. So as you can imagine, Nephio is super relevant for us. So the question, why is cloud-native needed for telecoms? I think you can divide the constituents into two parts, developers and operators. So as we have seen on the enterprise side, the benefit of cloud native for developers is they can move faster. There's just no question through microservices, small teams doing what works best for them and making rapid progress. And with 5G, you can't be static, right? You'll have new services coming, edge computing services coming on, AR, VR, drone control, robot control, and machine learning and IoT. Slicing. So that's, I think, a huge benefit. In fact, I think it's mandatory if if telcos don't move to cloud native, I don't see how they can be agile. And on the ops side, containers seem scary. I mean, you have all these containers and all these pods running all over the place. But actually, it's even simpler for operators. It simplifies their life, reduces the cost, because now you have hardware software disaggregation. You have powerful techniques to manage containers through DevOps and things like Kubernetes, which is the main point here. So I think those are the benefits in my mind.
Yeah, I just want to give like a witness of what Anna Networks is doing. And so there was a Alpha Edge workshop on Monday in the Open Source Summit. I just came back from Austin overnight. So there was a end-to-end showcase, which is about the multi-DevOps for the infrastructure orchestration. I think the Alma Networks provided the through the telephone, and you can orchestrate the public cloud from GCP and so from Microsoft Azure, and also from the wavelengths from AWS. It's all provided either the UPF distribution and also like the IoT services. It's really amazing. Attract a lot of attention. I think this is the way in technical direction. I already see the feedback. Very good. Good job. So any comments from the audience? All right, go to the next question. How can Nepheo help on this vision? Let's start from
Okay, I can go first. So I think we heard a lot of technical points and business points on Nepheo. I'll just sort of give my perspective. I think the genius of Nepheo is in simplifying life for telcos. So let's take Kubernetes, right? I just made the point that if you had said 5 years ago that you'll have thousands of containers all over, a bunch of servers, hundreds of servers, people would have said, "Oh my God, there's no way we can manage that. Let's just stick with virtual machines. This is too scary." And cloud native services and edge computing applications are similar, right? You'll have all these cloud native network functions, make applications, hundreds of pods. We heard yesterday, right? One 5G core was like 80 pods or something like that. How do you manage it? And people, there have been attempts by various projects, and they've succeeded to varying degrees. I think the genius of Nepheo is in simplifying things so much that people don't even know it's being taken care of. And I think if you look at configuration as code, I think that's one big principle that I think will achieve this. And the second thing, at least I like, is the inherent use of GitOps. So it's just built in. You don't even have to think about, oh, I'm actually doing DevOps or GitOps. It's there, it's built in. So I think it's bringing the same simplification Kubernetes brought to enterprises for container management, bringing that to telcos for network service, cloud native network service, and hopefully edge computing management in a really simple way.
very good point. You want to answer?
Yes, I think when you look into what are the core benefits of Kubernetes, besides that it can manage containers, I think the really strong point of Kubernetes is really the standardized API and the control loop, how you can manage this. And then for simple applications, you have, for example, Helm, how to manage this. For more complex, you have operators to manage this, but they are all focusing on one application. And if you're really looking into how we do like more complex application where potentially different components are involved, I think we need something on top and some abstraction layer on top of this. And that there, I think, especially with the capability of GitOps principles, Nepheo can really help to make the life there easier and to build higher level abstraction on top of the Kubernetes API.
Yeah, so I think a lot of people will agree with me that the technologies we are talking about as part of Nephio project are not new, right? And many of the organizations are already working in that direction to solve these problems. And I'm sure among us also, all of us have our own way of trying to solve these solutions, right? And when it comes to Nephio, I'm looking for more of a model where we can standardize, where we can make sure people adopt it in a uniform manner, right? So there are not multiple ways of trying to solve the same problem in different ways. Everyone is trying to then later on patch it in the form of plugins and try to do just the duct taping work to make sure the solution can be extended as a overall in a bigger picture, right? And this is where I think how Nephio collaborates with some of the other communities which are already trying to set up those standard procedures like ORNSE, ETSI, and some of the other these things will be very, very important from our perspective. And we are already seeing a synergy as part of the community. And from our perspective, we are having a huge expectation to have some sort of open APIs or some models developed which people can look forward to adopt, and that would give a baseline for the solutions to evolve on top of it. And I believe that is what is the most promising piece that Nephio is looking forward to.
Any question for clarification? Yes, please.
Since you mentioned that you are already into something, even before Nephio has started doing something, what is that that you see there is similarity between what you do, all of you, with respect to Nephio? Is it something like cluster API? Is it like just the blueprints? Or something of that nature which is related to Nephio as a middleware, I would consider. So what is your middleware and what is their middleware, and how you interface northbound, southbound?
Sure. So, of course, as I mentioned, right, many of these technologies are not new. So cluster APIs has been there for quite some time to allow you orchestrate your infrastructure. And I'm sure all of the others are also using it already. So we interface with cluster APIs to do that stuff. Over and above, operators, CRDs are also there for quite some time now. And specifically, if we talk about the solutions we are building at Core Edge, we heavily leverage some of those aspects. But the point being said, they are not standardized as of today, right? So as a Core Edge, whatever I'm doing is something that will allow me and my solution to be complete, right? Tomorrow, if I need to bring in some of the ORAN vendors or some of the other application developers who are trying to provide various network functions or the pieces to complete the overall telco story, I will have to put in a lot of work to make sure we align with those application providers to really complete the story. And that part is going to be much more in a better position if everyone tries to align with some standard reference architecture or the methodologies, right? So if the community converges towards the CRD model, for example, and everyone says that, okay, this CRD means this is how we are going to operate, right? So my config defines how I'm going to roll out some certain piece of configuration at function, or how I'm going to work with it. So I have a standardized point, and when I'm looking forward to integrate, I only integrate with that. And then by virtue of that, I'm compliant with all the people who are compliant with the model. So that's how I'm looking at it.
Very good. You talk well, talk more, okay? The next question is that what are the important points, requirements for the Nephio community consideration? And you're holding the microphone, continue.
Certainly. So I think everyone will have their own views. From our perspective, I believe edge considerations are going to be very, very important piece. And that's where Tina and others have spent a lot of time as part of that in LF Edge. I believe they will have a huge list of expectations and requirements from Nephio, and that's where the cross-community collaboration becomes very, very important. So we don't reinvent the whole set of things. So for an instance, when you're working with Edge, there are various requirements which we already talk about, and ORAN is going to become one substantial piece at the edge for telcos. And I believe maybe that is the starting point to look at from Nephio perspective, and then elaborate on the other edge requirements that we already established in Nephio.
Yeah, at least the FEDGE is all in to work with Nephio, also the supporting community. Understand?
Yeah, I think what is also important is that we decouple the components in a way, because when we're looking into Nephio, the problem it's solving, it's about highly available distributed application. That's true, and I think one of the biggest use cases is telco. But when you, for example, looking into industrial edge in car manufacturing, when they're rolling out changes, we have similar problems there. And I think when we are able to have the platform generic and then plugging in the specific network functions, it can also later be used in a lot of other use cases, what we potentially currently even not considering yet. Similar, like I would say, when Kubernetes started, nobody was said immediately, okay, let's use this for telco use cases. It was primarily built for container use cases. So as more generic the core platform is, as potentially more people will join the community, which will then help also the telco use case and other use cases to grow the project.
Very good.
I think from a community point of view, I would look for two things. One is the health and the vibrancy of the community. And in my mind, that further has three components. First is how many people are actually using Nephio, right? That's the lifeblood of any open source project is, are people using it? Second is diversity of contributors. So if we have a wide range of companies and individuals contributing. And the third is, as someone already mentioned, collaboration with other open source projects. There are many other open source projects working on similar things, and there's no need to reinvent, might as well collaborate. So that's one. And the second thing I think is to really be careful on the modeling and of the custom resources and not have a sprawl. So I think that process needs to be managed very carefully. And I like the point about just solving one thing really well first, like 5G, for example, if it's 5G, just solve it really well and have all the artifacts well defined for that before branching out to wide range of other use cases.
Yeah, the 5G is already big.
Yeah,
Any comments for this question? If not, the last question I want to ask for the panels, how are you planning to contribute, engage with this community? I think you sort of mentioned a little bit. I want to see a complete answer from Sebastian.
Yes, I can start. I mean, we are really active in general in the cloud native community. So overall, I think in the last 3 years, we were number 7 or 8 of the contributors to Kubernetes itself. And the whole DNA our company has is building Kubernetes operators. So when we started 6 years ago, they were not operators, they were not CIDs. We use that annotation, it's a namespace, but using this control loop. And for us, the whole architecture design pattern of Nephio makes totally sense. And we want to look into it, to contribute to it, develop stuff, and see it also what use cases we can use it at our customer base.
So from our perspective, we are looking at the community contributions from 2 angles. One is refining the requirements. Coming from some of our customers, we are already, as I mentioned, working on a solution to solve the telco issues. And we are looking more, as of today, to align ourselves as early as possible so that we will be able to be in a better position in our offerings point of view as well. So, so from that perspective, the very first important aspect is the requirements and how the alignment with respect to the open APIs would happen. So that is one entry point for us. And from the second perspective, with respect to the actual code contributions, feature development, and other aspects, so we are looking at Nephio in three parts, right? One part which we are in 100% alignment, so we obviously will be contributing to it. We will be aligning with it, as well as making sure our solutions either use, contribute, enhance, or improve on the things that are there. And then there is the second part which we do not align with, right? So because in community it's bound to happen, right? Where you try to solve the solution in a different way. On those aspects, we would make sure that Open API's part is aligned, and then we try to handle those solutions in our own mechanisms. And then there are certain gray areas, which at least I'm hoping we'll get a little more clarity as the things proceed further. That's the 6-month window that has been carved out to share more details on what's happening, and that will define our contributions further better.
From an Arna perspective, we are definitely committed to Nephio. And in fact, Sandeep from Arna is on the TSC. We were fortunate enough to get selected. In terms of specifics, we will be contributing on a lot of harmonization with other LFN projects. We are deeply involved with Linux Foundation networking, projects such as MCO and ONAP. So our main goal is going to be to make sure that we reuse and harmonize as much as possible to prevent duplication. And I forget the exact name of that SIG, the AM SIG. So we'll probably participate most in the AM SIG.
Yeah, we still have 5 minutes for the open mic. Yes, please.
Nice discussion. I think a lot of you emphasized how refreshing and important it would be to have some standardization, right? And not to reuse existing components, reusing the Kubernetes ecosystem. I mean, this is absolutely necessary. I think everybody is here because we know that. But I'm thinking a bit about Encore's keynote, which I liked, putting it in a general historical perspective of an evolution of automation in the cloud. And in that respect, yes, like we absolutely need standardization, but I wanted to ask you as kind of the ecosystem panel, what are your thoughts about how Nephio could help innovation, right? So not necessarily, yes, we want to standardize and keep it good, but we also want to keep this field of telco and cloud innovative, new ideas, new solutions, AI, machine learning coming in. So I have some thoughts, but I'm sure you have too, so I'd love to hear.
Are you from Red Hat? Obviously. Okay, anybody want to give a try?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, right, so there are a lot of standards, a lot of mechanisms that are already defined, right? So when we look at Nephio, one of the key important factor for us is to try move towards the intent-based mechanisms, how we can align or define some of the standards if required, right? So that's where the collaboration is very, very important, is what I was saying. And I'll emphasize on the point again on the OREN model architecture that we are looking at, right? So they already defined interfaces O1, O2, R1, right? And one of the key important piece from our perspective is to look at how we can marry these two thought processes together and see if there is anything new, innovative that can happen, just because now we are looking more from an intent-driven positioning and other aspects, right? And similarly, these things can be extended further, right? So the thought process was already there, but when these standards and everything else were being developed, they were like not taking all of the considerations from Kubernetes and other solutions, right? So they are trying to be much more generic rather than being looking at how Kubernetes can help them as a platform, right? So you look at some of the 3GPP standards, right? So today they have an NRF function available as part of the solution, right? So if you really look at Kubernetes way of doing it, Kubernetes would say, why not use service discovery, right? Why I need to register my network functions with IP addresses and all those things. Again, with my limited understanding, I would say probably some of those capabilities can be extended by Kubernetes itself, right? So that's where we believe Nephio can help improve on the things that are already there, or help us deliver it in a better way.
I think Nephio enables for more innovation and differentiation, vendor differentiation, than many of the other projects that at least I've been involved with. And the reason I say that is most open source projects that at least I've seen, they start with the functionality first. And the model, data model comes either in parallel or it's an afterthought. And you're like Mr. Tosca, so you completely get it. It needs to be the other way around, and that's what Nephio, I believe, is doing, is configure as code. So the controllers or operators or actuators, as Ankur call them whatever you might, those can have innovation and differentiation. So I think in general, I think it's more amenable, I feel. What is the term used? Config as data, I'm sorry. I got it confused.
Yeah, just to add from what my talk with end user during the OSS, this end user is a manufacturer from Minnesota with 7,000 employees. They acquire many small IoT solution, IoT companies. They were asking exactly the question. I said, Nephio may be the answer. They wanted something like more provided than a framework based on the cloud native and Kubernetes, and to help them to manage and orchestrate all of these things, and their different specific IoT solutions, and they just buy the modules from the vendors, and then they can build their own software to run their own business. I think this is how you can facilitate innovation through Nephio. I think the key is to get more deployment and engage with the end users, and I believe there will be bright future and a long life of Nephio. So we are on time. Are we supposed to be kicked out at 9? 10? Yeah. So good job, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys, really appreciate it. I think this was very informative to understand what the industry thinks about Nephio. I think it was pretty good. So from now on, like, it's more of a discussion and it's a community discussion. We want, like, very informal discussion, and let's discuss through all the questions that got tabled yesterday. And we will go through the agenda. So the birds of feather right now is the TSE. So we have a couple of slides, but mostly I think it's going to be more of a introduction of the TSE members, both here as well as on the phone, people, and then talk about some of the TSE logistics. Yesterday we talked about the short-term and the mid-term goals around the TSE. We will double down and talk about those items, and I think we will do a Q&A. So I just want to quickly refresh yesterday's discussion. So we talked about TSE is primarily the group that will manage the whole community, and including all this SIG groups. And we also talked about each SIG group. So there's a network architecture primarily focused on telecom, providing requirements and guiding this particular team. And the second is like automation machinery. This is where the CRDs and operators that Stephen actually talked about. And then there is a platform part, and that is primarily the reference implementation, packaging, installation, and those areas. Then the number 4 is like a CI/CD, and this is more of a release. And I think, in my opinion, the release, the 2 and 3, and number 1 has to happen first before the release items has to be priority again. Usually it takes time with all the tooling around Linux foundations and stuff like that. So we need to start recording there as well, right? So with that, so we published the TSE member yesterday, and TSE is on effect from yesterday. So let's go through a quick introduction of our TSE member. introduce yourself, and either you can use the mic or we can bring the mic to you. Let's go by the name, and then let's introduce ourselves. And there was one request from Juniper yesterday. I think the merge that they tried to do did not go through. Looks like they did it like a while ago, but on a local repo. So that was never been submitted. So I will talk to Juniper team separately, but I think the 20 seats has already been locked up. So we don't have an additional seat. As I stated, we have 5 more seats reserved. That is only for telecoms. If a telecom want to be part of that for the first 6 months, additional telecom, we can allocate that particular seat for the telecom, right? So with that in place, I can introduce myself, and you have been hearing from me from yesterday. Hopefully many of you know, and I think I will do like a little more introduction. I'm a product manager, group product manager in Google, and I manage the automation and analytics products within the Google. I come from a telecom background. I've been with AT&T for almost 17 plus years, and did a lot of open source initiative through AT&T. That including, I used to be a product director in OpenStack, and I made OpenStack implementation in AT&T. And then I was part of Linux Foundation Edge project. I think many of you worked with me, including Tina was involved in it. We started the Linux Foundation Edge project, started with the Rhino project. And I was also involved in other open source like ONAP and ONAP and stuff like that, and also launched many products for AT&T, primarily around cloud areas like internal consumptions and stuff like that, right? So great, very proud to be part of this particular community. Looking forward to actually have this really successful in terms of getting the state of automation better and better, and with the Nephio, right? So with that, let's start with Bing Yang. Are you on the call or here from Wind River? Folks, please unmute yourself. I think currently you are muted. I'm not sure whether you are on the call, Bing Yang. Right, so I don't think so. He's on here. So Timo. And one more thing I want to point out is that the TSC nomination acceptance is based on participation, right? So if a person does not contribute, then this name will be removed out of the list. So please make a contribution so that we as a community can try with that. Timo, please introduce yourself.
I guess.
The mic is not on, I guess. There's a switch there. Should be a green color.
I think, no, it's on. All right, so yes, I'm Timo Perälä from Nokia, and thanks, Kandan. Now I think I'm saved for a while, contributing to the TSC. Okay, I'm with the Nokia CTO, open source program office, and I've been with telecoms more than 20 years, most of that time with industry activities, so industry collaboration activities, standardization and various forums. Now, past maybe 6 years with open source, with OpenStack and Linux Foundation projects. Currently, I'm serving in ONAP and EMCO TSCs, so I hope I can bring some of that experience into our TSC as well. With
be the ambassador for those community,
right? With all the good learnings and the bad learnings, so we can try to avoid the rat holes. Yeah, we are very much committed. I mean, you can see quite a few of my colleagues in this event here present and online. So intent really is to contribute actively, and I guess the starting point, in addition to my TSC activities, is with the SIG one. I think that's where we first need to get our hands around and the community agreement on what is the scope of this thing that we push forward. So thanks.
Thank you, Timo. Appreciate it. So Bernard, yeah. Camera, Bernard, if you speak from here, then people can see you.
Sorry for that. Yeah. So, hi, my name is Bennett Sai from Deutsche Telekom. I'm here for a whole group of experts in the Deutsche Telekom organization who are very keen on sort of making Nephio work out, because we believe that simplification of our management landscape will help us sort of become much more agile, much faster than we sort of are currently. I believe with the disaggregation of hardware and software, we sort of started an evolution towards a more agile telco world, but we're struggling still with the integration aspects. So what we would like to become is something like an IntOps, capable of capturing all the good products from the different suppliers and having a common management framework which brings all those things together in a seamless way. For that, we hope that we can contribute with our requirements, with our needs of how these things should look like from an operator perspective. And for that, I do hope that the adoption rate in the industry will be high enough to make this really work out. This will be the proof point. That means we would love to see sort of some kind of metrics, such as how many operators will be contributed to this overall framework. Have we come up with simplified standards where we actually do some refactoring of all the existing contributions, such as Etsy, ONAP, etc., where we have a clear demarcation line of how that will work out. So happy to contribute. Happy to be here. Thanks for being with TSC.
Thank you, Bernard. I appreciate it. And I think Etsy, I think that's one specific area that we should really collaborate with that community as well. So, insights and making a faster relationship with them, that would be really great as well. I think Bin Yang, I think looks like you are on the bridge now. So we are doing an introduction of all the TSC member. You being the second TSC member on the list, can you introduce yourself? Are you on the call?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm joining late. I'm on another call. Yeah, this is a Bin Yang.
Can you speak a little bit louder or closer to the mic? We could not hear properly in the room.
Okay. How about this now? Is that
a little better?
Okay. Sorry. It's very late in China, so I'm trying to not disturbing some other people. So I'm from Wind River and solution engineering team. I'm working Wind River is a cloud platform provider. And we contribute to StarX, ORAN-C, ONAP, etc. So we are very excited to join this Nephio community. So together we want to build the automation solution for the cloud platform day 1, day 2 operations. Yeah, we want to contribute from the SIG 1 to 3 and 4. We want to contribute the CRD operator and the reference implementation as well. So yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you, Ben. I appreciate it. And I think you brought the other aspect of ORAN. So I think having presence in our TNC connection to the ORAN, I think it would be super helpful. So I think we will also discuss like who can be the ambassador to the other communities. Right? So I think between our TSC members, we can figure out how do we build the relationship.
Yeah, I'd love to help on this regard.
Sure, thank you. I appreciate it. So with that, let's go with the Jan Wilkinson Vodafone.
Hi, it's Tom Kivlin here from Vodafone. Unfortunately, Ian is unable to make the call at this particular time. He's been called into an important meeting internally, but yeah, generally he's asked me to just cover him at this stage. Just to say thank you, and we're excited about working with the community, contributing requirements, understanding how we can achieve intent-based network service, network functional orchestration. Yeah, I think there's a.
Thank you, Tom. I appreciate it. Oleg? Is there anyone from Equinox? Okay, so Kathy from Intel.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but please go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I'm a senior principal engineer at Intel. responsible for leading the company-wide contributions to the open source projects. I have over 20 years of software design and development experience in a wide range of areas, such as large-scale distributed virtual machine or container orchestration and scheduling across multiple many edge sites and data centers, software-defined network, etc., high availability. And I have been an active contributor in the open source community for many years, including Kubernetes, OpenStack, OPNFV, and has led the development of several open source projects. I like to contribute to Nephio's architecture design and also the CRD design to make sure it can, it's generic and also can cover the infrastructure complications and the network function complications. And another part I would like to contribute is to make sure we do not reinvent wheels. So which means we can leverage existing design function and of other open source projects, such as MCore, yes, etc. Yep. I think that's. I have a PhD degree in the computer engineering, so I'm looking forward to contribute to the Nephio project.
Thank you, Kathy. Really appreciate that. Fabrizio. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Probably you already know what I think about the importance of Nephio. Just to present myself, I work in the innovation area in team in Italy, mainly on edge, core network, and automation. I am member and delegated from team in 3GPP, the telecom management group, SA5, and I also work in Camara, the open telco APIs, and in NGMN. I was the leader of the future network and cloud native project that is recently closed. So maybe we can find some possibility to get in contact with 3GPP, NGMN, or Camara. I would be really happy to do that.
Thank you, Fabrizio. I appreciate it. And I think Camara is definitely one place where API interactions, I think we can have a discussion on that. Sudhi from Ericsson.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. We met yesterday, so just to quickly reintroduce myself. So I'm Sudhi Chada. Sudhindra is my full name. You can call me Sudhi. I'm driving the product management of OSS portfolio in Ericsson. I've been engaged with Nephio for a while now, and we truly believe there is a lot of opportunity here for us collectively to shape something. So yeah, looking forward to working with you guys. Very glad to be on the TSC. We have some strong opinions on what helps the CSPs, and it's great to see a lot of telco interest in Nephio. We are here to listen to your feedback. Already yesterday in the hallways, discussion started, right? So definitely looking forward to continue that.
Thank you, Sudhi. Appreciate it. Eric, Casa System. Eric, I think you were on the phone. Yeah.
Hey, hello again, everybody. I know you'll hear from me again on a panel. So I'm Chris Belluti. I'm with Casa Systems. Again, pledging support to the project Nephio. You'll see Eric, who is our prime TSC member. Eric is responsible for and the lead key architect of our 4G, 5G cloud platform, including all the Kubernetes, CRD, and operator functionality. So we're happy to have him. You'll also see myself and also my boss, who's Gibson Ang, who's our VP of Technology, contribute not only in the TSC, but in SIG SIG1, which is architecture, and SIG2, automation. So we're happy to be here and continue to pledge our support. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Jane, she is not in the room. Jane, are you on the call?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead with your introduction.
Okay. Hey, I'm Jane from Mavenir. I think I gave the keynote speech yesterday. We have been engaging with Google team in a few cases, especially the case where we try to use this software to do a CU onboarding. So we're more interested in helping the community to work out solutions to support the real deployment. So for that, we are in SIG2, the CDR and CRD, sorry, CRD and some CRD support. So we will definitely contribute in these areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Appreciate it. Daniel?
Hello, Daniel Bernier, Bell Canada, Technical Director, part of the strategy team, mostly focusing right now on our cloud, telco cloudification, which is not necessarily 100% equaling to moving to the public cloud, but it's using the practices. I'm also a participating member in ITF, CNCF for some of the CNF working groups and TUG, and also P4 and the initiatives around PIN, so completely different, but gives you a great perspective. I'm backed by a large team of developers and architects that work out. They have battle scars of trying to deploy ONAP and other end-to-end orchestration systems and cloud platforms. So we have a good history of trying to make those things work. So it gives us a good perspective. Of course, we'll be contributing as much as we can in all working groups and SIGs. Of course, trying to make it more realistic and code-driven than discussions and paper, which we have seen a lot right now in the industry on those subjects. So that to me will be my first focus. On the side, I'm also working a lot on the Curities networking side, trying to make it Curities more telco friendly, but not too many, but still being telco disruptive. So that's the other aspect of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. I totally agree on the let's keep less paperwork and do more technical work. Sana, tell us, please.
Thank you so much, Kandan. Can you guys hear me good? To introduce myself, we did an introduction yesterday when I was in the panel, but I'm going to reintroduce myself just in case you forgot. I'm a principal technology architect from TELUS Canada, and I'm very proud that we have a long-term partnership with Google and we do work on a lot of innovative projects together. And the second part of my connection to Nephio is our very strong partnership with Linux Foundation. I have been active with Linux Foundation projects like CNCF and ONAP since many years. I'm very passionate about automation and orchestration in general because since the inception of these terms in the world of telco, I have been working and I have been a lead in the automation and orchestration in TELUS for quite some time. Over these so many years, there's so much wrong that we have been working on. It's not the fault of the industry, it's just the process of the evolution. And the things that were wrong are all in red flags in my mind right now. It's a big list. I think while we are at a stage where we have gotten enough maturity on the understanding of cloud, on understanding of network functions, the templates, the DevOps transformation, we are at a stage where we can do a lot of new things at the edge of ORAN and development of our 5G future. I think Nephio can solve a lot of those problems, and I'm excited to work on this community and maybe mark all the checklist of things that can be done right this time. So instead of like mastering the complexity, we can derive simplicity with this new approach. So happy to work on the TSC and look forward to working with this community. Thanks.
Thank you, Sana. Appreciate it, really. I think the requirements and the guidance that I think you, Daniel, and other people from telecom, that is super crucial, actually, getting this community into the right shape. Sandeep, Arna?
Hi, all. My name is Sandeep, and I am part of engineering Arna Networks in India. And at Arna, we have a product which is called AMCO, and it is a multi-cluster orchestrator for cloud-native applications. And Nephio is simplifying the problem of workload and configuration orchestration across the edge clusters edges. So in that sense, it aligns with like part of our product, and that is our interest. So yeah, we look forward to align with Nephio and also contribute to Nephio.
Thank you, Sandeep. Appreciate it. When I hear like I can contribute, I really get happy. So next is Eric. I think Eric was here, right? Okay, Eric. Yeah. Eric, are you able to hear us? Okay, so we will come back to him. Do you want to do?
Hi, hello. So my name is Grzegorz Panek. I'm from Orange. I'm an R&D expert at Orange, working on the network automation. So together with Eric Debu, who is a TSC member from Orange, and who is leading, in fact, the program of the network management and orchestration in Orange, we see a lot of the opportunities coming from the Nephio project, and we are looking forward to collaborate on the existing LFN initiatives that we are engaged as well. So we are looking for the collaboration with the ONUP and AMCO as well. Yeah, so thanks.
Thank you, appreciate it. Hunar, remember?
Hello, my name is Honor. I am working in VMware. I'm a product manager at Network Cloud Automation. And my interest in this project is to really work on the architecture and also to work CRDs. My background, I am working since this year. I have 20 years of experience in telco industry, worked with OpenStack, VMware clouds, and also worked with ETSI standardization. So my interest would be also to shape the ETSI and maybe ONUP standardization. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it, Hunar. Erhan from Argela.
Yep. Good morning, good evening. Also, my name is Erhan Lokma. I'm from Argela Technologies. Our headquarters in Istanbul, but we have the companies in USA, Nephio, our subsidiary company. And in fact, we are very happy to contribute to Nephio project and making a very eager as well to make our contributions in the Nephio projects in requirements or architecture or integration with an end-to-end orchestration. So in fact, Argela and its subsidiary Nephio, we are in the heart of the industry, making contribution to open source, primarily in ONF. So we were the main contributor of ONOS, SDN controller, SEBA, Volta, and then Ather project. And then we are very closely following the ONUP project as an open source project. So we are focusing on the niche technology enablers, and we are happy to join to Nephio project as well. Thank you all.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Sandeep, Capgemini. Is anyone from Capgemini? Okay, so they were there yesterday. Sanju from FI. Is anyone from FI? Yeah, please, you can.
Hi, my name is Ravi, and as I said, like Sanju didn't ask me to step into something, so I cannot speak anything strategically. But this project, I think, directly falls into a turf because of our F5 distributed cloud offering. I think people know F5 more from a big IP perspective. But what we do with F5 distributed cloud is do a similar kind of multi-cloud networking, application delivery, and so on. I also wear another hat from ORAN perspective. I contribute directly to Working Group 6. So yesterday there was a lot of information that I'm still processing. I still need to see that intersection between the ORAN architecture and what Nephio is proposing in terms of the O2 interface and so on. So yeah, I'm glad to. I think probably I'm named as one of the contributors here, one of the developers. So I'm looking to actively engage with this community, contribute, and also learn a lot from the folks. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Sebastian?
Yeah, hi, everyone. I think I introduced myself already a few minutes ago. One thing potentially to Nephio to add, what will be potentially interesting to evaluate is if people are looking about operators, they're mostly considering that it's working on Kubernetes, but it don't need to be the case. It can also manage workloads which are running outside of Kubernetes, as long as it has an API. I think that would be potentially also an interesting use case for Nephio, not only managing the new CNFs on Kubernetes, but also legacy workload where you build an operator which is running in VMs or pure bare metal. As long as an API, you can do it.
Thank you, Sebastian. So before we go into the another set of part of the DSC discussion, so I would appreciate like other contributors and present here do a quick introduction of yourself so that people know each other. Because, you know, we're building a community here, so this helps to sort of like know each other. Is that okay with everyone? Right. So let's go ahead.
Hi everyone, Prakash from Emerging Open Technology Foundation. I'm half-time here in US and half-time in India and Mumbai, and look forward to actually contribute. I don't know, right now I'm looking at SIG 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm just observing. This is my first take at, and I would certainly look forward to more on the innovation side, as one of the gentlemen on the right mentioned. That innovation is more to do with 5G and beyond. So even though the focus is 5G, extensibility is important. And I believe that satellite communication is the next frontier. Whether you do high available platform or you do drones, UAVs. So the user mobility aspect is one. The other is the cell mobility itself and cell-less, which is what it's going towards. So how can we make this Nephio extensible to accommodate those as part of the requirements and as well as part of the automation and machine portion? So that is what I want to introduce as a futuristic element in the Nephio. Thank you very much.
People, please volunteer yourself and introduce yourself, or we can move the mic around if you're not concerned about COVID.
Yeah, hi everyone. So Prabjot from Courage.io. So we are not listed as part of the TSC. We came in late as a participant to the project, but we will be contributing to Nephio, and we are looking forward to collaborating with everyone at the community. Some of the, as part of our previous discussion, I was highlighting. So some of the thought process and the solutions we are looking forward to do aligns significantly and on a substantial level with the Nephio, and that would be our entry point. So probably SIG 1 and SIG 2 are the two working groups we will be more actively participating. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Charles Eckel from Cisco, and we do a lot with open source and standards. I'm a huge believer in that. I'm in our global technology standards group, so I'm really interested in how all the work we've been doing around standards in the telecom space that are relevant here, how we can continue to leverage those going forward. There's obviously a lot of improvements that can be made. We've seen how well Kubernetes has worked in a lot of different environments, so we'd be excited to see how we can work with the community. I see a lot of our customers here, a lot of our partners here, so that's fantastic. We're not members of the project yet, but I would like to be able to change that. And so thanks for helping me get up to speed on what's happening here. This has been great, and look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Hello, Universe. I'm Tal Leran. I'm an engineer at Red Hat at our Technical Solutions team, associated with the CTO office. I'm the Tosca guy, one of the key people right now working on Tosca 2.0 and making it, with the goal of making it very cloud native friendly. So I write a lot of code, try to write one operator a week. Have one operator bringing Tosca into Kubernetes and making it more native. Here with my colleagues, Bala and Vish, we're listed as contributors. We're not on the TSC, but you'll probably see maybe me self-nominating for one of the SIGs, the machinery SIG, probably, we'll see. Yeah, it's very gratifying for us at Red Hat to see this project. For years, we've been talking this talk and wanting to see the industry coming in this direction. For completely meritocratic technical reasons, this just seems right. I care a lot about modeling and types, coming from a Tosca background, so I'll be very interested in seeing what we do with the CRDs, not just what attributes come into it, that's political discussions, but what they mean semantically for connecting operators and making this work. I'm very interested in policies, policy-oriented orchestration, and yeah, looking forward to seeing this project succeed. I'm feeling optimistic. I think we all are. Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Vishwanath Jayaraman. So it's awesome that I got this opportunity to come here, to be present here at this developer summit. In the past, I've worked on OpenStack, and if you're familiar with OpenStack Packer, which was also an orchestration, HCMan orchestration implementation that we had in OpenStack, I was part of that, and hopefully this is also very interesting, and I'm looking forward to seeing where I can contribute. I'm just a contributor. I'm getting some of the sessions. I would be interested in seeing where we could actually make an impact.
Yep. Or volunteers?
Yeah, my name is Wim Hendricks. I'm probably mainly known from ITF and networking and stuff like that. But you might see there are some YouTube presentations from me which actually talk about a very similar direction on what we have seen on how we should move forward in the industry. So basically, based on some work that I was doing when we were onboarding some of our NFVs also onto the cloud. So mainly we were trying to onboard mainly the core, but also networking onto Google, AWS and stuff like that. And what we experienced is that we saw quite some challenges in that space. So, and then we were looking, okay, how can we improve? So we basically came to a very similar conclusion that actually we should use Kubernetes not purely as a container orchestration system, but actually as an automation platform as a whole. So we have done quite some work in, so I'm mainly networking, right? So we have done quite some work actually, and we actually have a product which extends Kubernetes. So through CRDs, we can actually, let's say, orchestrate or manage external network elements through Yang-based definitions. So basically, you take a Yang file, we auto-generate CRDs, and we can actually manage external networking devices. But actually, if you look to the implementation, it works for any Yang-based system that is out there. Does it have to be Yang? No, because at the end of the day, it's an API, and so you basically have to talk to it. But we focused on that because you see in the networking space, mainly Yang as a common language that is being used by various people. Our approach was also not really to go, because if you look at, there is multiple vendors. We have Cisco, we have Juniper, we have Nokia, we have various vendors. We try to use whatever Yang representation they use. So we saw yesterday, I think from the cache, OpenConfig is one way of doing it. But you see that every vendor always has its secret sauce and what have you. So what we try to do with the platform is make it work such that depending on the implementation, what is in the device, we try to then make the system work that actually we can leverage. So what we wanted to do here is basically share the experience, try to look at the architecture within Nephio and see how we can make this work. Of course, I'm mainly focused on the, let's say, networking side, so transport part in the in the architecture framework. But of course, we have done also the work on actually network functions. So I'm looking at the API, so I developed personally a lot of code myself. So I went from, let's say, more network design to actually really implementation. And I think, yeah, our goal, or at least my mission, is to help contribute and see how we can make Nephio successful.
I didn't get the company name.
Okay.
Thank you. Any more volunteers?
Hi, I'm Sundar from Intel. I've been involved with open source for a while. My background is mostly in networking, virtualization, cloud computing. I was involved in OpenStack previously. There was PTL, the Cyborg project, which brought accelerators into OpenStack. Of late, I've been involved most with Kubernetes, and specifically the multi-cluster orchestrator called MCO. Intel has been contributing to that. It's now on Linux Foundation. So at Intel, we hear a lot about the pain points faced at different levels of orchestration management, especially across different VNF providers, different cluster providers, and so on. So I think Nephio is very timely. I would like to contribute to that. Where I see myself fitting mostly is in SIG automation, where you can define no CRDs, etc. I think we can also contribute to SIG reference architecture potentially. I need to know more about SIG platform before saying anything specific about that. SIG requirements definitely be of interest as well, because we want to know what the requirements are and see if it's aligned with what we've been hearing so far.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Any more final volunteers? I want to pick you guys. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. So with that, so let's discuss on a couple of topics that we talked yesterday. A couple of goals that we should, as a TSC, should accomplish in the short term. Right? Establish the TSC regular cadence, and we wanted to have this operational procedure on top of the charter need to be done, and select the vice chair, and also elect the chair and vice chair for the SIG group. With that being, let's see, this line. Right, so establishing the TSC regular cadence. So I think what I'm proposing is bi-weekly, Thursday 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. PT. Is that work for all the TSC members? Any objection on this particular time frame? I'm pretty sure that, like first a few weeks, maybe it's a little difficult for people to adjust their time and stuff like that. But I think if this works for most of us, like let's get started. Then we can try to adjust it. So I will coordinate with Kurt, who's our LF manager for this project, and we can set up a regular invite, and we can join the call and discuss through some of this. Going forward, we can use this time for discussion of all the TSC matters. Yeah, please go.
We'll request if we could start half an hour later.
Half an hour later, okay.
Well, the current proposal overlaps with one of TSC.
Oh, okay, okay. If it overlaps with your company call, then I would not accept it. But if it is overlaps with the community call, of course, we should we should accommodate it. So yeah, we can consider that. Any other opinions on this particular matter? Okay, so if it is not, there's no more opinion. We will do 8:30 to 9:30 a.m. PT. So we will set up the time. And the next item is the select a vice chair for the TSC. As I pointed out that, I have the chair for the first 6 months. And after the 6 months, as we discussed, this is going to be a completely contribution based. And both the chair and co-chair, also the TSC seats, we go by the contribution. We just follow the Linux Foundation charter process. And we will do that for first 6 months. I want to carry the community then along with the vice chair. And we can start the nomination as of today. And we will create a page in the wiki. Again, I will work with the Kurt Linux Foundation to make this happen. Tomorrow sometime, we will have that page created. We can start the nomination from tomorrow. But at least people can start thinking about, whether you want to run for this particular TSC. If there are not multiple nominations, then who are actually applying for it, they would get elected. But if there is a multiple nomination, then the existing TSC member, the 20 people have to vote on to it and then select one person out of that. The part that I want this to be very clear is that the people who can nominate for this vice chair has to be the member of the TSC. So if you're a member of a TSC, meaning that the 20 people that we actually introduced a few minutes before, and any one of the 20 member can actually self-nominate for the TSC vice chair. And we will create a wiki page and we can put it in, or we can put it in we will share the information. And I think we would also do is that the TSC working, there is an email name for the TSC, and I think that is basically includes everybody in the community. Then we will create a separate one, TSC voting, that is only for the TSC member for some of the discussion around these items. And I think we have all the email address of our TSC members. We will make sure that we create that thread. So going forward, we will use that for any TSC voting specific items. But if it is a TSC general items that belongs to all people in the community, and we will use that for distribution of the information, content, and stuff like that. And again, we have a community email that basically goes out to everybody, pretty much everybody. So the nomination starts, I think in the slide it says today, given that we have to create all these pages and stuff like that, we will communicate officially tomorrow. So the nomination will start tomorrow. July 8th, the nomination has to be done so that we can select the TSC vice chair. The next item is finalize the Nephio operational procedure. So in addition to the TSC call, and this is only for a month, okay? For a month or probably 2-3 calls that we can as a TSC can meet together. We can use the TSC call as well for this discussion. But I think other matters related to community, we may use that time for the TSC discussion. So I'm requesting that TSC members to participate on this particular weekly call. This would be one additional call only for a month. Think of like 4 calls maximum we will use to sort of finalize this operational procedure. So what I will do is that I will create a draft, and this operational procedure is something many communities uses. Like Tina and I worked on Akraino, LFEdge, and we created this procedure. I'm pretty sure that many of you worked on other communities and created a procedure. We will create a draft and circulate to the TSC members. Then you can command to it and stuff like that. Let's clean all those commands on, discuss this, clean it, and make it final, then route it for the TSC voting. Once the 51% of the TSC members vote onto it, then we will adopt that as operational procedure. That is not for 6 months, but it's going to be the operational procedure for the community. Then whenever TSC want to change it, there could be agenda brought into the TSC call, and then people can vote onto it and change additional items. But we would not completely dismantle it, at least bit and parts as we can enhance it over a period of time. So the first part is that get the initial operational procedure in place. Okay. I will create the draft as I stated, and I will route it to the existing TSC members, and we can get that going. So the time that I'm proposing is Wednesday 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. PT. And again, this is like one day before the Thursday call. But again, this is only for 3 or 4 calls that we needed to make it happen. Okay. Any objection, we can start from the next week, I believe. So this is again probably 3-4 weeks we will use it. Maybe we can skip next week and I can send the draft out, and then the following week we can pick it up. So that way, like people have some time to think through it and read it and provide comments. Okay, so I don't know the date on the following week. We will set it up on the following week, Wednesday, right? Not the next week, the following. 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. PT. Okay. Any objections? Any comments, questions? Wow, this is a fantastic TSC. Don't disagree with anything, actually. This is fantastic. Okay, all right. So the next thing is like select chair and vice chair for the SIG groups. We will start the nomination for that for tomorrow as well, and we will end by July 8. The one thing that we are proposing for consideration for the TSC is that the chair position for SIG2 and SIG3, the Google would like to lead it. The reason is like the first 6 months, we want to carry this like a little forward in terms of the discussions and stuff like that, so that we can make progress because we are bringing forward and stuff like that. And we want the community to completely understand what we are bringing in, collaboration and stuff like that. So I'm proposing that Google to have the chair and for SIG2 and SIG3. But SIG1, I think, like I request telecom, Daniel, Sana, and other people in the community like Orange, you guys to run for the chair and co-chair, the vice chair. So that way, like the SIG group 1 is like completely driven by telecom, so that the requirements and other things can be done. So the nomination will start again tomorrow, and I would appreciate, like if somebody from telecom side to nominate, and appreciate the contribution and guidance from the telecom team on that. Okay. The SIG2 automation machinery that we talked, like Google would like to have the chair position. The co-chair is like, I would appreciate somebody nominate yourself and help out in getting to the next stage. And again, that applies to the SIG3 as well. SIG4 is release-oriented items. I think we should start the CI/CD process and stuff like that. I don't know how many of you, I think many of you said that you're involved in Linux Foundation. It will take a little bit of time in setting up all these tools and stuff like that. So let's have an election for that as well. Select the chair and co-chair, vice chair for that. So that way, like if that process can get started, even though like, I think this is more needed when we go closer to the release, but let's get the process started. I'm pretty sure the developers, this is an engineering mindset, but I'm sure developer mindset is a little bit different there. Already, John is looking at, did you say that? Okay, understand that. Yeah.
Moving a little bit too fast. If we want to find information about the 4 SIGs and responsibilities of chairs, it's hidden in PowerPoints recorded during the day. I would be grateful if we can maybe make wiki pages about what exactly each SIG is and what the responsibilities are, what the chairs are, and the relationship to the TSC before people start nominating and selecting, because right now it's unclear to me.
Okay, so there is a 2-way we can approach that, but it is a fantastic question, right? So there is a 2-way we can approach it. We can wait until this operational procedure is actually sort of voted and baseline, then everything is clear. But that's going to take a month, right? I know that a lot of people, I think Daniel is looking at me, I need the code faster, man. So the bottom line is like, if we wait for that, like then it takes time to stop. So what I can actually propose is that, but that is a very valid point, right? So we should create a draft of like at least what is the expectation on this 6. Then quickly TSC can look at it and start the selection, then try to make sure that we further refine it over the operational procedure. But at least don't refine the scope of the SIG then it creates confusion, right? So keep this like a scope like pretty much good, and define what the chair and co-chair, and the charter already talks a little bit about that. We will write a small nugget of information on that and get the TSC approval on that. Then in parallel, we'll work on the operational procedure. If that is okay with everyone, then that would speed up the process. Then in that case, we will not start the nomination for the SIG tomorrow, right? So we'll wait for a week and get this actually small nugget written up and people agree on, then we will go for it. No, I think, that is a very valid point. I sort of agree with that.
I think that's a good point. I did want to note that you'll see, though, that what Kandan's proposing is that these are the first elections for that 6 month period. So it's not like, you'd be dooming yourself to permanent painful responsibilities. But I understand.
I don't think so. That is his concern. I think his concern was like, let's define this a little bit better.
I understand. I'm just joking. But yeah, I think that's a good approach.
Yeah, understood. You don't need to be the TSC.
That's, TSC is completely separate. SIG.
This is how people do the real work. So, of course, yeah. So I think the midterm goal that we talked on, I think we don't need to solve this immediately. So I think the first thing is operational procedure that we talked about, but we should start thinking about Nephio release 1 and stuff. I think once the SIG group is like properly planned, I think this would help us to shape the this. So with that, any question from TSC members? Anything else that we need to discuss? Yeah, see, I think I did not fix the typo yesterday. Also, this is to test if people are really actually looking at the slides correctly. This is very sharp people, man. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Because since Tal talked about Wiki, and there were discussions about a lot of other tools and projects that's been contributed already in open source that will be used by Nephio. So if there's a wiki page of all those links to the GitHub of all those related projects, it's already in the open source that will be used by the Nephio community. That will be really great for us to go take a look at.
Understand. So there is a two part that I want to point out is that the next section is like next to 1 hour is discussion on that, right? But we will take that as an action item on one specific item that you said is that the slides will be shared, right? It will be uploaded to Wiki for everybody. The recording will be shared for everybody. We would also create additional wiki pages that would have all these links and stuff like that so that people doesn't need to go through. Yesterday, we went through like 130 or 140 slides. Okay. So I think we will put a separate wiki page where we will have links and stuff like very clearly on it. More work for you, John. All right. Any question TSC side? Only TSC specific question. Any other question before we go for a small break? All right. So with that, we'll take a small break and a 15 minutes break. After the break, we will come and talk about the roadmap to release 1. There is no new content on this particular. This is a birds of feather session sort of a thing. So this is more of refreshing our discussion yesterday, and I think we had a really great question at the end of the call, end of the day, I would say. So let's resume that and make sure that any outstanding questions that need to be answered and stuff like that, we will discuss through it, right? Especially the points that you. Okay. Any further question? Anything before we go for a small break? All right, 15 minutes break. Folks on the phone, we're going on a 15 minutes break, and we will be back. Guys, back to the seat. We said 15 minutes, but I think it's already 20 minutes or so. Annie, can you help bring the people in?
I should do that once in a while.
Yeah, it's not like now I have to drink it. It's been like so wide. Mics are not muted. Right, I think we can get started. Yeah, we can get started. I think the next section is going to be roadmap to release one. Again, as I mentioned, this is not going to be a new slides. It's going to be the slides used yesterday. This is to quickly refresh about what both Stephen and John presented separately. Now they're going to talk together and see, like, just to give a bigger picture of like the places where contribution can happen and stuff like that. Treat this as not as a presentation, it's more of a discussion. And the other thing I want to point out is that we may be able to wrap up the day a little bit early. Let's not decide now, but let's see how things goes. If everything, like if we're able to discuss and conclude, then probably like 30 minutes or an hour before. After hearing this, don't leave the room. All right, we are done. So with that, let's please John and Stephen.
Yeah, 10 minutes. Yeah. All right, thank you, everyone. So like Kundan said, we really just want to kind of quickly take a few minutes to talk about refresh from things from yesterday, and then more just do Q&A and have a discussion, and you can even ask each other questions. You don't have to just ask us questions. Yeah, and we do have, I don't know if there was a Q&A document for this particular session, but we do have Q&A documents for the following Birds of a Feather sessions that are coming. So we may want to be sure to actually use those documents to ask people questions. All right, so just to sort of refresh, I think we've been over this a few times. SIG1, network architecture, this kind of helps build out those reference architectures. What do these look like? Brings that knowledge into this community, I should say. Informs the requirements going into SIG2. Somebody was just asking me during the break, is SIG2 writing code? And yes, absolutely. In fact, I think the bulk of the code is going to fall under SIG2. But those models, those CRD APIs and models that come out of SIG2 are going to be informed by the folks in SIG1. SIG3, we say reference implementation, packaging, installation. This is basically taking the components that come out of SIG2, right? Something has to provide that overall framework. We talked yesterday, I talked about, actually, that's the slide I should have put in here. I didn't. We talked about the user journey. That's sort of SIG3. It's like, how does the user go through that process of transforming the configuration? But actually, the automations that do the transformations, that's SIG2, right? So that's a sort of a separation. It's sort of the platform versus the actual content and controllers. And then SIG4, we need as a community, people are going to want to have a repository to check their code into. Somebody needs to create that. Somebody needs to manage access to that. Somebody needs to provide the tools that allow us to approve or reject changes that come in, and manage all of that. That's as well as run CI/CD on those changes that come in, or CI rather, and present that data in test grids, do the builds, actually produce a bunch of binaries at the end of the day. Like I said, I guess maybe I'm just repeating myself again. The SIG platform, drilling a little deeper, it's that installation and packaging, but there's also the pieces that there is real code here. There's the entire UI experience, how the different pieces fit together, and we have, like I said, the components that Google has contributed as open source. But none of this is assembled into anything usable today as far as Nephio is concerned to create that full user journey we talked about. So, yeah, absolutely.
So I was just wondering regarding the platform, this interaction with sort of CI/CD processes, pipelines. Any thoughts on how you would sort of position the capabilities of the platform versus sort of what is defined in CI/CD pipelines?
Okay, so that's a great question. So the way I'm thinking about it right now, but again, it's up to all of us, is what's shown on this diagram right here, right in the middle, say optional CI/CD. So if you think about that user journey, we talked about people iterating on top of the configuration in storage. That storage is a version storage. We'll be using Git most likely, and that's today the piece that where people integrate their CI. So that essentially right there is where the CI can become yet another contributor to those iterations. So when I check something in, or rather I propose a change, the CI, we'll have validations that can kick in as part of this system, but your traditional CI systems that you already have, your CI pipelines that you already have for testing and validating those changes can also kick in at the same time. As far as the delivery of say binaries, that's not necessarily part of this platform. This platform is about configuration management. So these packages we're talking about aren't necessarily, I mean, I guess you could, I haven't thought about that, but they're not really intended to be code that's being built into binaries that are then, continuously delivered to some container registry or whatever it may be. That's like a different set of problems. This is really about the configuration pieces. So when I say CI/DC here, I'm talking about the configuration pieces. When we talk about SIG release, that's totally different. That's about our project and how we build and deliver our binaries. But Nephio itself isn't intended to be, at least I haven't thought of it as, and I haven't thought about the implications of it being a general purpose CI/CD platform that's falling, that's managing code. It's really about managing configuration and allowing multiple actors to act upon that configuration. Does that answer your question?
So partially, sort of what we are seeing is that as a telco operator, we need to work with various vendors and bring sort of all the artifacts into this regime of orchestrating these different software artifacts so that we can ultimately deploy them in some kind of runtime environment. That means this process of how do we obtain, for instance, the operator code for the CRDs? How do we sort of configure them so that they sort of match our environment-specific constraints, etc.? All those things need to be taken into account, and we need to talk about handover points, sort of how do we do quality assurance, versioning, etc., to make sure that these things all fit together when we ultimately, in the end, then do the deployment. Because otherwise, it could be that we're missing things, there are version inconsistencies, etc. That's why I was thinking of how we would sort of possibly leverage something like CI/CD or whatever type of tooling to support that.
So Nephio itself will understand, right, part of that configuration are the versions of, say, the containers, the container images that you're pulling in. And so in that sense, it's got the knowledge of what those versions are. It's not involved in the pipeline of how that vendor builds, qualifies, and delivers those binaries to your container registry. We refer to a container registry, and we deliver those things to Kubernetes, which eventually pulls them from those container registries. The intent wasn't that we would integrate those build pipelines into this same process. Those build pipelines, like those are, I guess, from my point of view, those binaries and how they get delivered is sort of out of scope, and the knowing what those versions are is something that you may build into your policies. You may build into some of your configuration policies that, here's a known good set of versions, for example, of particular vendors. And you can integrate that kind of validating policy into the Nephio pipeline. But actually delivering those binaries, building them and delivering them to some container registry wasn't scope.
SIG2 has a compliance test by saying that for particular CLDs that we published, and if vendors are rating operator, they have to tell us which one they support. We'll maintain the Nephio database to know what they are, but then have to run the test first. They would have to also provide the test. I don't know if this is something that we can fully flush out by release 1. I'm hoping that's the case. But then it is always the plan that we would have some sort of testing capabilities. The compliance test.
I don't want to overburden this whole project, especially not in the initial phase. I just wanted to point out that if we want to increase flexibility to upgrading and sort of adoption of new features, in a more agile way, we will also need to talk about how do we, in a more agile way, also ingest all the new operator images and capabilities in this process flow. So that means it's not only about having everything set up, all the operators are already in the RFP and whatever, but also having the possibility to understand how would these change procedures, upgrade procedures also relate to all those management blocks, and how will they be distributed to the different runtime environment. And just keep in mind that we do not allow, for instance, in a production environment to reach out to the internet and grab arbitrary code. We have to do that in a very
So there may be like a copy of that database on the particular versions. And to be really clear too, we're not doing interoperability testing. So if you cross vendors, whether or not they work together, and Nephio would not be able to guarantee that.
Yeah, I think Stephen brought up like a conformance program to kind of give context of how we do that in Kubernetes. So the CNCF, the Kubernetes project itself doesn't run a conformance program, but the CNCF, so the organization that owns the project, does run a conformance program. And the way that works is we got a set of tests, and Kubernetes community project itself decides which tests constitute conformance tests. And then there's a whole program that the CNCF runs where a vendor runs those tests against their particular distribution of Kubernetes, and they submit those logs to the CNCF, and the CNCF has a validation process that says, yes, we are conforming Kubernetes distribution. I don't know if we'd model it exactly that way here, but I do have a vision of having something similar. There's two things here. One is whether a distribution of Nephio from some orchestration vendor can be called Nephio. That's kind of the Kubernetes equivalent. But there's another thing here, which is as a software vendor, a network function vendor, can I package my workload in a way that's compatible for Nephio management? And that I would definitely see as something we want to also build automation around. And I think I have an issue open on the kept repo, because right now kept packages are bundles of manifests, but I would love for a vendor to be able to create some sort of bundle that includes not just the configuration, but the actual binaries that are used to run the workload, as well as the binaries that are used to manipulate the configs. So we have kept functions, which are binaries, so that they have a single package that they can send to us, and we can validate, okay, all these versions work together, of your particular software and are manageable by Nephio. So that's, I definitely see a need for similar kind of things.
Can I ask a question about this architecture?
Yes.
Okay, so to deploy a network function, right, the Nephio need to have some scheduler which knows where that network function should run which cluster, right? For example, that network function could be a firewall or could be a DPI. And then, that's function that needs to be deployed closer to some application. So it needs to know where that application is running, right? So it knows you need to deploy that new network function closer to that application. This is just a one scenario. So which component, manages that?
Right.
Or there are other consideration, right? That cluster need to have enough CPU memory or other, network resources, right? There are many other device, resources that need to support this new network function. So all these consideration, which component does that?
So that's a great question. So that is that where it says controller operators, or it's a SIG2 thing, but this is the kind of thing. So I guess this is supposed to be roadmap to release 1, and from my point of view, what we need to do is to figure out the roadmap to release 1 is to figure out the user journey we want to support in release 1, and that will, some of these things will fall out. So my initial thinking with this was sort of from the concept of trying to build up from the bottom, was that we wouldn't solve the problem you're talking about, Kathy, right away. We would delegate that to the configuration, to the operator, who's going to say, yeah, okay, you're installing these network functions on these particular clusters. And once we have that mechanism in place and we can actually actuate something of installing those in those actual clusters, adding a controller on top of that, that adds logic to that, it's sort of like, it's sort of a next step. We see this, if you think I keep going back to Kubernetes, thinking Kubernetes terms, you can create a pod manually, right? You can create a pod resource and you can add it to Kubernetes manually. And you don't want to do that in reality, but you can. Once you have all the machinery to do that, then you can come in later and you can say, oh, we want workload operators on top of that, like the deployment operator, the stateful set operator, that have different semantics, but they all manage pods. That's kind of how I'm envisioning this, is that I think we need to start at that lower level of like, we can get a network function running on some cluster somewhere where the user has told us which function and which cluster, and once we can do that, we can start to, and maybe, this is a community, right? If somebody's really itching to do the higher level part, that's great, but we gotta order them properly.
Maybe I can come in, Dan from Bell. I will second that, what you just said. Walk, crawl, run before you can solve it. Which means this, let's start to make the thing work, then if we get figured out where the speech should happen, how it's work up this.
So, are you talking? There were the one with the layers.
Yeah, the layers.
Yeah, we could. Yeah, and jump in, Stephen, anytime you want here. I think that's a good idea. That might be one way we can parse the sort of walk, crawl, run. Yeah. All right. Yeah. My kids were strange. Yeah. So again, getting back to that, from I guess looking at my little bit of here, kind of reviewing. For me, the roadmap to release 1 in SIG platform starts with understanding that user journey of how the user takes the network function configuration package and moves it through that process we talked about yesterday until it's in a final config. But that's really in the SIG platform, right? What that contains and what automations run on that would be more what Stephen would. I think, like I said, we need a user journey. Yes.
Yeah, so I think probably even the confusion in my mind is from that day 0, day 1, day 2 kind of life cycle of a cloud side. So, in terms of what would be the first set of problems you would try to address it, if you put it in that context, because you fundamentally have cloud infrastructure management and cluster management as one of your tracks, right? So, you want to make sure that you have an infrastructure before you start deploying things. before you start ingesting packages and all that. So I mean, if you put something in that context, it will be more clear exactly what is the problem you are after.
Yeah, and so I guess maybe, I guess we don't have operational procedures yet, so I don't know how we're doing this, but like in my mind, that's a good another angle. So if we start with infrastructure, say, which is what Tal was saying, like let's start at the bottom of that stack, and we start with like what are the cross. Do we want to just do day 0, day 1? Do we want to do day 2? Like what are the use cases across even just first scoping one dimension, which is scoping into infrastructure and coming with network functions later. And then second, scoping it, where do we scope it with respect to lifecycle management or management over that time period. That's another good consideration. And from my point of view, we should scope down as much as we can.
I think, yeah, that's something that, I mean, it also resonates to what Kathy's question is in terms of global versus kind of distributed. Generally, when you talk about global, you're talking about higher level, global level considerations, intents, policy, topology, and so on, scheduling, resource management, all that.
Sort of talked about
come closer to the microphone.
Composability. So it's actually better for us to build something at our lower level, and then later on you can create other layers on top of that, compose it by pick and choosing different CLDs and operators, and then create another blueprints and create your own operators on a high level set of blueprints or CLDs that you can create. So intelligent layers of like schedulings and things are obviously something you can stitch together using the lower level with added intelligence.
Yeah, I was just saying so that everybody on the same page in terms of that picture, in terms of what the architecture wants to achieve in the near term.
And folks on the call, you can either, since it's pretty quiet, you can probably unmute and talk, or you can raise your hand either way, and somebody can call it. Trying to see if we had a Q&A document.
Really quick note, just to jump on something you said that you probably didn't mean too much, but one way to think of crawl and run, so say start with day 1 and then get to day 2. I think a lot of us know that's probably the worst thing we should. Day 2 it maybe should come even before day 1. Other projects that think of it that way, first we solve day 1 deployment, then day 2. Day 2 never actually happens. And day 2 is probably one of the biggest struggles we have to get right. So if you get day 2 right, day 1 is very easy. So we should.
Talk by the microphone here so the folks on the call.
I think a lot of our telecom friends can reflect to the thought processes that I think most of the automation system forgets about the day 2. And it's also forget about the day 0, which is actually onboarding the network function, onboarding the configuration. Mostly they focus on day 1, then it became a nightmare for people to onboard the infrastructure, that including the cloud infrastructure, the network function, interdependency. Then day 2, like when it comes to the upgrade, especially interdependency upgrade, which need to go fast, which need to go second. And I think that part is like, in my opinion, very super important. This is the one part where this is not a blueprint that basically you just created to deploy it, but also the blueprint that basically care for it, like in day 2 model.
So,
continues to care for it.
Yeah. So I think that so the idea of an operator, Brian and I were talking last night, and and Sana brought this up, like an operator that takes a Helm chart and makes it in an operator and renders YAML or effectively from an operator isn't really solving a problem. It's actually making your manifest more difficult to change, because now you have to release a new version of the operator in order to change anything. The really effective operators are the ones that manage real day 2 issues. So they manage, say, upgrade sequencing of different components or workloads that compose the same application, or managing even backups of data without interrupting service. Those are the kind of things that, if you think about like what you want a human doing, that you could automate, like those are the kind of more challenging things. That's where when I say operators anyway, what I'm thinking about, if we don't need an operator for your workload, all the better, right? If all we need to do is generate is manage Kubernetes primitives for your configuration and maybe CRDs that get fed into you or config maps that get fed into you, that's all the better. Like, we need an operator for these complex day 2 operations. If your workload doesn't need complex day 2 operations, if it can handle the rolling upgrades that a Kubernetes deployment primitive already supports, fantastic, right? So we don't want to say build an operator for the sake of building an operator. That's not helpful to anybody. In fact, let's try to keep the configuration as close to native Kubernetes configuration as possible. If we do that, then some of the day 2 operations are handled by Kubernetes. It's got rolling upgrades built in and things like that. It's got some workload controllers like stateful set that are maybe not perfect, but help manage stateful workloads. But that's how I think of operators, is like, oh, stateful set doesn't work for my application. I need something that has some specific custom logic in order to manage upgrades. That's why I need an operator.
Just to follow up on that note, so yeah, there will be some workloads that are a little simpler. They're not stateful sets. But still, when it comes to upgrades, do we have, let's say, generic functionality that makes it possible to do progressive deployments, assess the success or failure, roll back if needed, or those are expected to come from operators with service?
That's an awesome question. So I see the progressive roll. When I say progressive rollout, when we say it at Google, we're talking about rolling it out across a set of instances of the application, or in our case for Nephio, maybe across a set of clusters. We don't mean the upgrade of, like, I wouldn't call it progressive rollout when you do a rolling upgrade within a deployment. So I want to differentiate between those two things. So a specific instance or collection of pods that comprise an application, or replicas that comprise a particular workload, those are managed by operators or existing Kubernetes workload controllers. Those are like local to a specific cluster. They're a sort of single instance of the application. When we talk about progressive rollout across a set of clusters, then yeah, I definitely think Nephio has a role in that. That's definitely one of the goals in my mind, is to get there. All the machinery should be there. It's sort of like I was talking about earlier, where you can manually create a pod in Kubernetes, or you can use a workload controller to manage a set of replicas. Similarly, first thing we have to do is be able to manually deploy a workload to a cluster. Maybe then manually be able to specify, deploy this workload to these 20 clusters. And then when we do an upgrade, once you can change the version on one cluster at a time, you can have a controller that can change those over time. The sort of initial version, it's so talking about roadmap to release 1, trying to remember what the topic of this is, I would say not in release 1. In release 1, that would be managed manually by people changing the version that's running on a given cluster, in some configuration that goes into Nephio. But ultimately, those decisions should be made as part of a closed loop, and Nephio should be able to support that over time.
For reference architecture, what exactly is the end deliverable from that? Are you going to write documentation, but actually be working code, which you can fork and code?
Great question. So that's why we actually changed. You probably sprinkled in there still some where it says reference architecture. We tried to change that to reference implementation, because exactly the question you're asking came up, and we want something that works and runs, and somebody can take and run on. They can take this. They can apply it to a Kubernetes cluster and and they can do Nephio stuff. Now, there will be choices in there. Why it's reference is that there will be choices in there that where you might make an alternate choice. What, you know, if I were doing it, I would choose GCP as the infrastructure provider, but somebody may choose a different cloud, and that's okay, right? Or, you know, certainly in our reference implementation, we'll be using config sync because that's the tooling we're familiar with, but somebody else may want to use Argo CD, and that's another choice of those functional components that can be swapped out. Kind of like what I said yesterday, there's eventually, probably not in release 1, but eventually we're going to have to narrow those choices because we're going to have to in our vision, hopefully there will be not just an open source reference implementation, but there will be vendors who take Nephio and make a product out of it. They'll make choices about those, but we want to make sure that there's about those different components, but we'll want to make sure that whatever choices, we have to constrain those choices or provide, I think Bernard and I were talking yesterday, some way to specify, or maybe it was you and I, about the choices between those components, the interfaces between those components, so that you know, Nephio is Nephio, whoever the vendor is.
So given all those different use cases and different requirements, right? Would this reference implementation give some guidelines or pointers to how you can use the implementation for different use cases? For example, how do you define a blueprint? Will it be across multiple components and put everything in one? Or how do you map blueprints to clusters and all of those things? Will it not be like a one size fits all, or will it be giving some variations for different use cases?
I think we'll see what that evolves over time. I mean, there will be an opinion that Nephio has, whether that's an exclusive opinion or a guideline will become clear, I think, as we, for those different things over time. But in general, you know, in order to get something that's usable right out of the box, there's going to have to be a lot of opinions. And the trick and what we're going to figure out as we go along is which of those opinions are sacrosanct and which of those opinions are flexible.
So there are some implementations and CRDs already pre-exist, right? So if I'm referring, let's refer to cluster APIs for the matter of fact, right? So are we going to include some of these as part of the first release? Are we even looking in that direction as of now, or we are doing something different when we talk about infrastructure provisioning?
So we definitely will not try to replicate the functionality of all of those. That would be, you know, 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 projects in themselves. So no, we'll consume them. What we need to do is figure out how to capture. This is where I get back, like coming back to the user always is helpful for me. As we capture those use case like that, and I guess we're gonna have to do this offline because it's too hard to do it, I think, in this kind of form. We're gonna have to maybe put together a document that defines, hey, here's the use cases we think we need to meet out of release 1. And what we'll find as we come out of that is say just for pretend, hypothetical, that use case was something I talked about yesterday where Nephio knows there's 10 clusters out there. We have a way of representing a cluster in Nephio that we can put a label on it. And then we know which repositories correspond to which clusters. So therefore we know how to put workloads on those clusters. And so then we have a controller that can take, and you can specify and say, I want to install this package across these 10 clusters with these associated configurations. So if we talk about that and then you submit that and Nephio goes out and does that, right? And does these configurations. If that's our use case, then certain things fall out of that, right? We have to understand what a cluster is. It has to be a resource in the Nephio cluster. Oh, but what if a cluster is associated with, or what if, well, in that case, that's about all we have to know. We have to know what repository it belongs to and that it's a cluster. Now, if on the other hand, we need to provision a cluster, there's a whole different set of things that we need to understand. We need to understand what kind of cluster we're provisioning, what the APIs are to do that. And then we need to model some sort of way to refer, because we're not gonna model a whole cluster that works in GKE and works in AKS and works in EKS and works in Kubernetes and works in et cetera, et cetera. It's an impossible task. So what we would do instead is say we need a cluster, and here's the platform operator who's building this out would say, we're going to offer this flavor of GKE and this flavor of AKS and this flavor of EKS. And then we'd have some resource that says, okay, I need a cluster and I need it to be that flavor. This is the storage class PV, PVC sort of a model, right? Is that we take the complexity and these individual choices that are made by a platform engineer as opposed to a application engineer in certain terminology, and we delegate it. We allow them to create a bucket that we can sort of refer to as a flavor. Think about like in cloud, we did this, right? We have flavors of VM or color or whatever.
Yeah, agreed. And in fact, the reason I'm bringing up cluster APIs is because they already align with the CRD model of deployment, right? But otherwise, if you look at today's infrastructure deployment, many of the public cloud infrastructure itself substantially rely on Terraform plans or some sort of SDKs, right? So is it appropriate to say that the Nephio's vision of infrastructure aligns more towards cluster APIs, and that's the way to go when we are looking at Nephio?
So I haven't looked at cluster API in a few years. When I looked at it before, it was really about managing nodes and machines in a given cluster as opposed to around creating clusters, and that may have changed, that may have evolved. The thing about, I know for a fact that at least Google, Microsoft, Amazon all do support a KRM-based interface that sits above their APIs. So in addition to Terraform, they offer KRM-based ones, and Nephio does rely on there being KRM-based mechanisms. Cluster API may well be a good one. Somebody else was talking about crossplane the other day. Nephio won't dictate that, but we do have, there probably will be adapters or some sort of pieces of code for that glue for any given one we want to support will likely be needed.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah. Sure, go ahead. And
yes.
I guess we have some questions.
There's one anti-pattern I'm afraid of. And the anti-pattern is that we're doing the same error which we used to do when we tried to sort of virtualize network functions. Sense of, I've got an existing operator, let's just dump it into the Nephio project and we'll all be happy. So, and from a telco operator perspective, ideally, we would like to sort of have all those different CRDs and operators behave in a similar manner. The sense of, this is the way how we can sort of describe our intent by the configurations, sort of take care of notifications between different operators if they have to jointly work together in order to establish this end-to-end solution and sort of allow for upgrading, etc. If we simply take all the existing operators and then have to do the gluing with additional sort of top-level sort of mini orchestrators, which try to sort of take parameters from one operator and then hand it over to the next operator and do the sequencing, we haven't gained very much. We're, of course, using the same operator framework technology, but basically the logic of stitching those things together is still sort of then custom. Sort of
That's the goal. The goal is for different vendors to support the same CLDs. And because it is a new set of CLDs that we propose, they would most likely write a new operator.
This would also relate to the remarks regarding Tosca and sort of how do we do dependency management in states, etc. I believe we should try to learn a little bit out of that, sort of to make sure that the quality of the operators which we're using really simplifies the lives of us, the telco operators, because our DevOps guys are not the Leonardo da Vinci of IT in understanding H technology and what the configuration options they are able to do that and say, okay, I only want to find this lifecycle state, the basic configuration, and the rough dependencies between those elements and nothing else.
Yeah, having those common cities have some common representations of certain states, I think, yeah, it's likely to become really important.
And from that point, building things that are also easier to consume on a higher level.
Yeah, let's see. Is there
How am I going to read questions? No, you're not.
Yeah, if you can, either if somebody wants to unmute on the phone and ask a question, or the way if you use the raise hand feature, it actually orders you, and like everybody gets to go in a nice, well-defined order, rather than everybody blurting out at the same time. But I know there are comments. I just, it's hard for me to read the comments and at the same time being up here.
Or we can try, if they're not above release one, we'll try to answer them first of all.
Yeah, remember this isn't our only Q&A. Like basically all today is just this talking and answering questions. We try to focus each hour on something in particular, but you know, that doesn't work all that well. Hey, somebody raised a hand. Okay, David.
Okay, so I put this in the comment as well. One of my concerns, as I keep hearing about new APIs for infrastructure manager, for example, and then talk about the cluster APIs that exist. I would hope that the plan here is to look at those cluster APIs, say if they aren't quite what we want, let's look how we can work with that community to modify them to be what they want, rather than come up with the hey, we're just going to do something new, because it takes too long to change something that exists. Just comments on that?
I couldn't agree with you more. That's like, you look at the years spent building that, right? It's not something we're going to be like, it's not good enough, we'll just start over, right? We'll never finish anything. Like, we need to work with the communities that are there, and maybe sometimes work around warts in those if you know, it's not in their agenda to move things forward, or contribute to other communities directly. Like, a big part of this project, in my mind, is that, and others have mentioned this, we have tons of communities out there in the ecosystem building a lot of parts. And what's been difficult is that everybody wants to put together different versions of those parts in different ways to solve problems a little bit different. So part of this community is, let's come up with, let's holistically look at these larger user journeys, how we deliver some larger user journey, and identify in existing ecosystem projects that, oh, this one does 90% of what we need, but there's this gap we need to close, it's 10%. And let's work with those communities to try to close those gaps. So, you know, it's hard work, and I'm not under the illusion anyway that this is going to be an easy project to pull off. We're trying to do something ambitious. And but I am optimistic that we can achieve it, but we have to work really with all the time.
Okay, everyone. So first I want to validate my understanding of what kind of CRDs are we talking about, and what will be a CRD and what will be a CAP package. So my understanding is that we will have these low-level CRDs that describe a cloud infrastructure resource or a network function, that this is a UPF or something, but we will need higher level abstractions, let it be a CRD or a CAP package that says that this is the blueprint for a slice of the packet core, or this is the blueprint for part of the transport network, things like that. And then the top, we will most probably have complex blueprints describing the whole 5G network, RC or something like that. So first of all, will we have CRDs as well that are in these higher level complex CRDs?
Do we? That is.
Will we?
Will we?
Do
we? We don't. So that A is decided by SIG 1. They will have to give us use case, and obviously SIG 2 would have to come up with a use case that actually makes sense. I think there was some discussion yesterday during social hours that why don't you do this too? Because you can always put everything into CLDs and then just run out of controllers to build this, and then you can propagate it under. That is true. But then we kind of have to limit the scope at some point. That it can not forever going on. And as we said, for release 1, which is it's going back to the topic, we definitely aren't looking for something as adventurous. So the low-level things we should define, because you wouldn't be able to construct a high level with that level. And I agree 100% that we do have to think about A2. But then again, it's a requirement. It's not something we would implement probably for release 1. And
yeah.
So, but yes, so yes, it's doable if there are if user, for sure, if user comes in and said that they would like to even do that high level things with Nephio.
These kind of blueprints will be in CAP packages. That is the
Well, so let
provided
me
by-
let me try to clarify a little bit the distinction here. There's a lot of different mechanisms. Ultimately, what we want is to render a bunch of stuff in a Kubernetes API server at the edge or wherever, right? So those at that level, so we're building from the bottom, those are going to be Kubernetes primitive, basic Kubernetes resources that are built-in types we already exist. They're also going to be CRDs of other extensions, right, that are to Kubernetes. They're also going to be likely CRDs that belong to a particular vendor to manage their particular function. Hopefully, like I was saying earlier, that it's not just an operator that renders YAML, but it's an operator that actually does care and feeding that's needed, right? So at that low level, right, we're going to have all that exists at that level are Kubernetes resources and CRDs and the actuators that make them happen. And anyway, and now the question is, how do we get the right values in the right place with the right people and automation tools being able to simultaneously contribute to that set of values? The set of values at the bottom are just there; they're static, and they need well, except when there's an operator that's controlling them at runtime. But from the point of view of Nephio, they reach a certain state where they get put into the storage for that particular cluster, and there they are. So the question comes is, what contributes to those values where? Like I just said, there's some things running on the cluster that are going to contribute to those values at runtime. The things that should be there at runtime are the things that need runtime information. If you don't need runtime information, or maybe there's a few other reasons, but for the most part, if you don't need to react to the runtime environment, why are you putting the logic down there in that place? We can move it up higher, and we can validate it earlier in the process. So there will be controllers and CRDs that almost only live in the Nephio cluster itself, that don't live on the edge cluster. And those, what they will do is the things we were talking about earlier, like pump out variants of a particular network function based upon the clusters that that's destined for and the context and the information about it knows about that cluster.
And the most important thing is to actually get the status. And we
Well,
actually do need that.
Then you need to close the loop back around the other way. Yeah, but so there will be CRDs there, but kept packages, a kept package is a bundle of Kubernetes resources or KRM formatted files, really. And some of those would be consumed by the Nephio controller. Some of them would be consumed by the operators down in the edge cluster. And some of those, if those Nephio controllers, if you think about it, they're actually going to create effectively kept packages or versions of kept instances of kept packages. That's what they do. They take one kept package, and then they fan out and create variants of that kept package. Each of those is also a kept package with a version and a name, and right. So it's sort of like the CRDs are the controlling mechanisms where you can are the inputs to the controllers, which have the logic. The kept packages are the content of configuration, the data that those controllers are operating on, and the kept functions are happening as well.
Yeah. The original point was that even for the slice of a packet core, there are mechanisms that, for example, if something goes wrong, there are practices there are functions that has to be run at this level that can reshuffle the CRDs in the underlying edge clouds, in multiple clouds. So because we will decide that, okay, whole edge cloud went missing, so we will regroup and distribute the traffic.
I mean,
so
one
these
can make
are
an
custom
argument that
logics.
you need like analytic engines and all that stuff to make it happen. It may not be an operator. It would be some sort of high level.
So it is higher than operator.
I think that's part of what he's saying is also saying that so if we think about it, this is something we talked about a while, not internally, we talked about a while back, is we really need to define sort of the control levels and the latency required. So two workloads. If you want, say, millisecond order ability to react, that's not going to happen through the Kubernetes infrastructure, right? That's going to happen with two workloads having some protocol that they talk to each other. You're not going to do HSRP failover through Kubernetes control plane, right? It's going to be way too slow. So that's like, we're not going anywhere near any of that in this project, right? That's protocol level, application level type of latency reaction time. Now, at the local edge cluster, order of seconds, okay, Kubernetes can probably do that at the local edge cluster. When you go up to the level of something change that has to happen at the Nephio cluster, so a whole edge cloud goes away and you need to reschedule all those workloads on another edge cluster, that's going to take, a while. I don't know, at least minutes. But, it's better than days or weeks or months. But, it's going to be much faster. But there needs to be proper expectation set about when your reaction has to be made where in this hierarchy, what sort of latency it can be made with.
Yeah, Stephen, yesterday you mentioned that you're actually working on some open source input function to use the POC. Can you elaborate a little bit on that so that we can understand what it would look like to take that input function and what you'll be putting out to say that, hey, look, here's what I have pulled out using Nephio function functionality. Can you briefly talk about that?
There was a lot of so Linux hours in particular, a lot of requests that we should at least get some simple, very lowest level CLD that it probably doesn't even go through much of a pipeline. It's just kind of set, goes into the fixed thing, and another cluster will pick it up and let's say you're done. So we did something on Free5GC. We did something for Free5GC. And I can talk a little more about DB. I would have to admit the CLD is incredibly simple if you're modeling after Free5GC because it hardly has any actual configuration. Go down to we obviously build CLDs also against a particular vendor, and that's a lot more elaborate. So it's possible that in the shorter terms we can have a very low level. You can have deploy CLD, similar CLDs published that are very, very low level. That has only generic modeling, basically, and make it work for Free5GC. Say that. So that could be something in between. That would be the next steps of showing this is the hello world way of doing things. That's one. So we're doing Free5GC because it's more like a trial, a test cell for our customer. Is it working yet? Is some parts are working. So we're definitely looking to get that out.
Yeah, I mean, one of the our internal prototypes were largely, like I said yesterday, built on using Google Cloud Services. They don't make sense in this environment necessarily, but and they're really prototypes. And so we're trying to get something more consumable by others. That's really what it comes down to.
So once we kick off SIG 2, I can even release some of the CLDs that we do, and then we use that as a baseline. Soon after that, I'll probably go after. Not even on GP. Yeah, but not a lot of those. But then no.
Yeah, it's people online can't read this.
I have a question regarding the connectivity part, right? So if you talk about services or network functions that you are going to spin up, they are going to be on different cluster. At the end of the day, they need to connect to each other, right? So service discovery and underneath the network connectivity is going to play an important part. So I believe you already captured how the network connectivity would be managed using some of these CRDs. But what about the service discovery? Right? Are we going to leverage this number one or any other service? And is there any thought process on? So one of the typical requirement again, this is a little bit of a gray area, and I'm also trying to figure out how the telcos will proceed in this direction. Because the moment we talk about network functions, they're always going to have more than one interface attached to them. And that's where many of the service mesh constructs just breaks. And so what is the thought process on or view on how this problem would impact or will be addressed by the thought process that we are taking forward with Nephio? And any
thinking about service mesh is pretty far-fetched. I mean, for one thing, SCTP, GTPU type stuff are not supported by Envoy. You're looking at a world where there are tons of the protocols that are being used currently aren't really supported by the mesh. I would also think that it would be kind of strange that you want to run everything through proxy for your N6, for example. That would be tremendously long latency, right? For no reason. And they're all UDP based, so I'm not sure. I think you actually get out of this.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I don't know about that, but that sounds good to me. But the one thing I can comment on is service discovery piece. So my understanding, and again, I'm coming not as necessarily somebody with a lot of depth in telco particularly, is that, telcos don't like to rely on, say, DNS to do service discovery for like these deep network features, right? Just because of rather, we would use the configuration mechanisms to allocate IP addresses ahead of time from IPAM systems or whatever they may be, so that it's takes one potential failure point out of the equation. That's what I've heard from people. The other aspect is that since we're talking about multi-cluster services, the service discovery in Kubernetes for multi-cluster services is pretty new, and there's a lot of considerations about whether given particular networks are internally the service discovery internally within Kubernetes is on cluster IPs which are not routable in most instances. So I think at this point we would start with just specifying IP addresses in the configuration to avoid all those kind of questions.
In fact, the basic idea of so I remember Kandan talking about that you have to provision for failures, right? That's what cloud native is all about. So if some set of net functions can fail and it needs to be redirected to something else, then if you're just playing around with IP addresses, you have a lot of aspect to reconfigure everything on your overall system, right? And it I don't
You
know,
hit the
maybe
slow
open
loop
up
we're
another,
talking about. Yeah, right? You hit the slow
another
loop.
Pandora's box, right? So I think maybe what I understand, maybe either you are looking at solving this problem in your own way, we're talking about the project itself, and then using IP addresses to still propagate, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we would like to first solve the problem of configurations before handling data plane failovers. I don't actually
The
know
reason
if
why
this
I'm bringing
is
this question up is because you're going to be dealing with network functions, and this is going to come in the crawling phase itself. I mean, you will not be able to go beyond without addressing these things along with the requirement.
So I guess it'll come out of SIG1. That's I guess maybe where I would leave it. Maybe Stephen and I aren't the right people to answer that question. Coming out of SIG1, if they say, hey, we need to be able to do service discovery between clusters in order to improve the the resilience here, then we can look at that problem. But I see Nephio as more of a configuration management and configuration distribution solution, and not necessarily trying to solve the operational aspects of the telco network itself.
I 100% agree with you. It's not a problem that Nephio should solve, but you still should have a vision on which direction this thing should go, so that you can provide a better configuration solutioning around it, right? Because you're going to consume it at the end of the day.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And
Sure.
I would ask for Sigwan, those more knowledgeable about this than myself, to help us understand that.
So I said,
yeah, somebody's.
Just comment on, add on to what.
If I guess if you have a quick response to what he just said, that's fine. But then I think David's been waiting a while, so.
Oh yeah,
okay,
Daniel
okay.
is follow-up. You want Daniel to go first because there's a follow-up from.
I think both have a follow-up from.
Oh, really? From him? Okay.
Is yours a follow-up? Okay. 1 more minute, David. We'll let this discussion complete, assuming yours is something different. Go ahead and then.
Quick. Since you have been mentioning, Prakash, since you have been mentioning about IPAM, and we talk about IP in the configuration. I'm focusing on configuration because when you configure, you need one metadata with respect to IP. Could be IPv6, then it could be scopes, and the scope could be multi-cluster or cluster. So there is some way to get over, I believe, but that one has to. That's the comment.
So to answer your comment or question around this, from an operator perspective, what I want is a simple, effective machinery to run, and then I can start to look at creating those things. Right now, I don't have the machinery to go and fast at innovating my telco network to create those artifacts and those service discovery instead of doing DNS or using service meshes to do something else. We're stuck in the mud of trying to make a DNF with SROV port going to a physical switch, which is automated differently. And that's the part that we need to fix. That machinery needs to be agile, cloud-oriented, and then afterwards we can invent the new rocket.
Thank you.
Thank you.
David?
Sorry.
Yeah, thanks. No worries. I also posted this somewhere else, but I'm really curious about, I'll call it resource pooling and how maybe CAPS deals with that. So as we're deploying out these resources, they need an IP address, the surface function needs an IP address, needs a VLAN ID, kind of these resource pool capabilities or limited resource pools. How do you see that fitting into this so that as I deploy a CAPS package, it can somehow go out and query and get one of these limited resources and then release it when it gets freed or when the package is undeployed?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there's 2 different ways to do that, and I have my preference. Well, there's multiple actually, it's more than 2. But first of all, you have to think about when that should be allocated. So if it's something that's allocated at runtime, like Kubernetes cluster IPs, CAPS not involved in the equation at all, because it's already passed through the configuration pipeline and it's done at runtime on the lowest layer of the cluster. So setting those aside, if we're looking at IP addresses or VLAN IDs or whatever it may be that are being allocated during the configuration process, there's 2 possible levers. One is a kept function, but that's probably not the best place to do that because that's intended to be sort of hermetic within not reach out to the network, ideally. The place I would want to do that would be in the automation controllers that run within the Nephio cluster. So the way that would work is that it's not really kept doing it at all. Kept is just providing the underlying low-level APIs, or ports rather, it's providing the low-level APIs that allow you to iterate on the config. What's actually doing that, reaching out to the IPAM system or allocating the VLAN ID, is a controller that's written in as part of Nephio or extended by somebody to talk to some particular vendor's IPAM, perhaps. But what we probably need to define as part of Nephio is some way that a Kubernetes resource can provide, rather than an IP address explicitly, can provide the metadata needed by the allocation system to make a decision about what IP address to give. So that's what would be, if you go back to that use case, we start with what we call abstract packages. These are kept packages that are not fully specified. You couldn't just apply these to an edge cluster and have anything that works. And you iterate over those configurations over time until you've got something that's valid and complete. And so to be valid and complete, it needs this placeholder to be filled in with a real IP address. And what does that filling in is a controller that uses the kept APIs, the kept mechanisms, to reach out to an IPM, to read the metadata, reach out to the IPM system with that metadata, get an IP address from the IPM system, fill it back into the config, and push it back to storage. So the idea of having your config in storage and having an API on top of that multiple actors can act upon simultaneously is kind of the underpinning that Porch, the package orchestration, which kept as a service, as I like to call it, is providing. Those APIs are providing the low-level mechanisms for coordinating that set of changes by multiple actors, but it's not providing, the actual actor to do it.
It gets a little interesting because, I mean, I agree I want the VLAN ID, this resource, put in a config somewhere so I can go look at it in the storage, right? I can see what it actually is set to. But that's not the master of this value anymore, because this is some other allocation, this other pool allocator that allocates it and could steal it away from us. And so what's actually in the storage at that point may or may not be valid based on an external system. So there's a difference there that I think would have to be addressed, because it's not in the normal thing there.
I was just talking to the engineering team last night about this. So there is a request of doing an IP address block. And so we'll create that as a CLD that could pin into maybe a cluster, or we can pin into a site. And then the name or label, so say with the IP address block, you can set it into as a controller. So there's a controller that will do the allocation. Yeah. The block is assigned.
Yeah.
You're pinning.
I get that. The danger is I don't want to stick with IP address here, right? That's why I put VLAN ID or port. It's really a resource pool that we have to do. So we have to be careful not to pin it to IP address.
Yeah, no, and I think that even with that, Stephen, you have the issue of that ownership of that pool is still the ownership of that pool is the IPM system.
Yeah, so the CLD is exposed. Whoever sets the IP address block is the adapters. So someone would have to write something to integrate with different IPAM, or it could be input directly from human. So that's
and then you need I think what David's saying is you need actually a sort of reconciliation. Like, if the IPM system were to yank that, which would be really bad behavior, by the way, and pull that away from us, we need to know about that somehow. Yeah. So we need some sort of reconciliation loop. Mm-hmm. So we might actually, what that means is we might actually need to model that allocation as a separate resource somehow. Like, there's a lot of interesting questions. Brian's got something to say. That's helpful.
Yeah. So if the value, a runtime value that can actually change at runtime, doesn't need to be stored back to storage. Don't store back to storage. Right? So in Kubernetes, pods get scheduled by a controller, by the scheduler. The node that they're destined for does not get written back to storage, because that's not considered, that it needs to be persisted outside of etcd, outside of the cluster. Similarly, when a service gets a cluster IP assigned, that is usually not persisted outside of storage unless it's specially allocated by the user, which they can do. But in the case that it's not allocated by the user, it gets allocated dynamically and it doesn't get written back to storage. In general, this idea of a resource pool, I think, is a good one. Especially IP addresses. We created services in Kubernetes because IP addresses get allocated and change all the time, right? So we solved it with a service discovery approach where that information is managed dynamically, and we created a declarative reference to that, which we could put in storage in a predictable declarative way, right? So if you have these scenarios, then create some sort of pool API and refer to the pool, or a pool to the allocated instance of the pool, and that just becomes a placeholder for you to access that information. So secrets are another example of this, where a number of cloud providers put sensitive information in random attributes of resources. And then that requires all kinds of workarounds in the client tool ecosystem to deal with that. In Kubernetes, we decided, no, we'll just put all of the sensitive information in secrets, and at least it's all in one place, and the controller needs to know a reference to the secret to go look it up.
And then, well, then I get kind of a follow-up here, right? Because if you're only storing this as runtime, let's say deploy a second package, but needs that same VLAN, and knows if this other package is there, I can go query it for that VLAN. It's really this: how I'm deploying packages, can I query dynamic things within the environment to help with my configuration?
You want to be able to create a declarative handle that piece of information, so that you can put that in all of the places that need it. And then, dynamically that information gets filled in.
Yeah.
I think the question comes as to,
like, if you had to put IP addresses everywhere in Terraform configs, it would just be a nightmare.
Agreed.
So don't do that.
But it might be interesting to be able to say
a layer of indirection.
Right. It might be able to say, I want to find the IP with this label, right? So someone's allocated a IP or a VLAN ID, and it's labeled it somehow with the service name or a customer name.
I mean, effectively, the way service works is that there's an endpoints or endpoint slice object that's created behind the scenes, and that gets populated dynamically, right? So something of that nature where you can reference a resource, but that resource gets populated dynamically.
Yeah.
So I think David, is what does the population when, right? So if and this gets back to how we say construct the configuration of the workload itself. So if the workload internally needs this IP address, and the workload's configuration format needs an IP address, then at some point in our pipeline, either through an operator down at the low level or in the configuration pipeline, we need to do that substitution.
Yeah. So and if you're writing the workloads, you potentially change the workload. But if you can't change the workload, and one way that this can get handled in Kubernetes, depending on whether it can change or not, is, for example, through an init container that can wait for that value to become available and then plug it into an environment variable or file or whatever. Or a fancier version of that would be a CSI driver, which is kind of the emerging recommended approach for getting secrets from secret managers.
Right. And if I can actually see this as a resource that's managed under a CRD within Kubernetes, so I can allocate it that way, however it gets from the allocator, and then reference it by label, then I can see it with a kept function to say, oh, by the way, substitute into this package the VLAN ID, which is queried via a kept function from an existing resource.
Yeah, I think we want to be careful about mixing semi-static and dynamic information, but anyway,
I guess VLAN ID to me is semi-static in a lot of the service functions I'm deploying, I would think.
Okay. Thank you, David. That's a good question. How is our time? What are we doing? This is supposed to be release 1 we're talking about. I think we kind of gone off
We're
course.
going to like the sick territory. This is more
I can talk all day.
See, I think this is pretty good, actually. I think this is sort of the conversation that we should be going on. So I think we're supposed to cover SIG-1 as well. Finally discuss about some of the requirements. I see Daniel there. I don't know where's Sana. Can we sort of take 30 minutes or 20 minutes and sort of drive towards SIG-1, what are the things that we should focus and what are the things that we should discuss and stuff like that. Any telecom friends, please take up the stage. All telecom friends, please lead this discussion a little bit, similar to what John and Stephen were doing.
So I'd like that there be a Varia section at the end of the day to come back to finishing what's coming with release 1. So we know.
Yeah, so can you wrap it up?
I guess I would say I think this forum is going to be difficult to come up with that, but what I would like to see, and maybe some of it comes from SIG-1, is like I said, I'd like to see a crisp user journey of I want So the pieces I want to see in that are, I want in release 1 to be able to walk through that whole workflow. I don't care what the content is particularly, but that whole user journey workflow of taking a kept package and manipulating it, have some active controllers that operate on it as well as human beings that operate on it, and have it eventually distributed down to some edge cluster and you get something working and running down there. I don't care what it is running down there. That's what I want to see, but I think that maybe that's not quite a release 1, maybe that's a release 0.5. And I don't know what the time frame is for that. What I'd like to see out of SIG 1 is a crisper use case probably around what would be a useful demonstration for the ultimate consumers and end users of this that we can do as a release 1. And so I think we're going to have to iterate. I think we should create a Google Doc that starts to do this, and we should all discuss on there, because I think that this forum isn't quite right for that kind,
So one more thing I want to add to it, I think it is a great point that I think in my mind, like again, I'm sharing my my thought process here, but I want to hear your thought process. I think the 3 things that we should hit on to the point that what you were saying is that the user journey, right? So in terms of like the 5G brand and core automation, and put a little bit of more of like, okay, here are the bullet, doesn't need to be a full sort of requirements, but at least bullet points of like, hey, from a telecom perspective, these are the things that we're looking from intent-based automation. And what the outcome has to be day 0, day 1, day 2. That's sort of like a user journey, that's number 1. I think most of that has already been the seed code that we're bringing in should already address some of this aspect of it, but I think we should thoroughly discuss and agree on that, especially the CRD operator part. What the blast radius has to be, upgrade LCM part of it and stuff like that. Just put like a little bit of requirements.
Well, the one thing we need to clarify is the day 0, day 1, and day 2 is it the function or the cloud infra as well? Because it actually becomes confusing, because for doing day 2 of a function, you need to be able to actually do day 2 of the cloud infra as well to be able to
Yes,
so
absolutely.
it needs to be clarified what comes in as a day 0. So and to me that's important, because it's still kind of need to be able to define what it is and then be able to spec out, because this is where I think from various industry partners we're gonna see variations. The way you bring up a cloud infra from, let's say, Antos versus OpenShift versus another completely different. But from an operator, we don't want to end up having yet another way of deploying a cloud infrastructure which we seem to keep popping up. So that's the first thing. Afterwards is, I think we're all going to be on a journey of understanding better the CAT KRM CRD structure. So having like what we did with 35GC, should be able to get simple instantiation of a templated version, like your hello world function that we can work through. Because 5G core is fine, we're all rushing for it, but it's a beast, to be honest, as a function to build. So if you try to learn for this, it's gonna be fun.
I think that is a good point. I totally agree. The second and third bucket, what I feel like we should focus on is as well, primarily around the external communities like ORAN specification and FC and, for example, 3GPP. Some of the requirements are pretty much like given, meaning that we have to do it. There's no way around it. But some of these requirements in ORAN, for example, it's evolving. So when Nephio would evolve, they are also evolving. There's a time gap issues, and also the concept-wise, like some of these items, I think we should agree on. Like, hey, it is a couple of things that we would target for at least one, and we will go after. So that would help to actually communicate to the external communities. So, basically, every one of us is involved in other communities as well, and I think in the TSC we saw that some of the people are really involved in some of this area. We can use that relationship to communicate as well as to sort of like accept the requirements. To me, that's a second bucket that we should add it. The third is like to me more of an end product. So what is the Nephio version 1 downloadable mean? Individually, we compiling these requirements and components together. That is a good part. But compiling everything together in a release management way, like the way OpenStack used to do it, like the way Kubernetes used to do it, like the way any other community. Some community did it like a very nice way. I know for sure, like a few community, I don't want to name it, but they messed this up like very bad. There is no proper release management, and what happened was that the community was like throwing codes all over the place. There's no update, and they suffered quite a bit of. So I think some of the best practices. I think this is where the SIG 4 really comes into picture. Is that we should write up some requirement that this is how we release one. This is where like how do you release it going forward, community wise. Like how do you keep up this version? Not because if as a community we cannot really put that things in requirements and stuff like very clearly, then I feel like Nephio version we will launch it. Then after that, like even release a Nephio 1.1, we don't know how to do it. Then it is a problem.
Yeah, and that's SIG release or SIG 4. Yeah, so that one, we need a lot of work.
Yes, and I think it's more of
come here so you're on the camera.
It's okay. I don't need to be on the camera all the time. So I think this is more of a SIG 4 responsibility as well, but I think the SIG 1 should sort of provide some guidance. Because at the end of the day, telecom should consume this, and everybody else also consume this. So we should make sure that what does it mean to have like a 1.1, 1.0, whatever it is. We should set up some sort of a guidance. Then SIG 4 can take it up and completely execute. At least that's my thought process.
Fine, like mid-release variations. If there's a fix, there's all those kind of things you need to go through.
Is any other thought process by any telecoms or anyone else want to share on this particular topic? Pick up one mic, and I can give the mic to you, as long as you're not worried about this.
Yeah. So yeah, from the architecture perspective, I mean, because coming from Oran, I haven't have a good understanding of that architecture, but it's good to because particularly I was again commenting on the O2 interface where the basic requirement there is to have it as an open interface. But here, when you plug in things like operators in that this global management system, it seems to be more a vendor-centric approach. So even to lay out the principles behind this implementation is very important. Otherwise, people may not be able, because the beginning statement was saying that it's complementary, and it should not be that. Right now, it seems to be going in the opposite direction. Somehow, when I look at it, so if because these operators are just you don't spell it out as COCOM or NFO or something like that. It's just just black boxes right there, right now.
This is a good segue to the next section that Rani will, after the lunch, we will discuss. Is that I think we should openly talk about some of this area. I think Rani will lead the discussion. I think we should share our opinion on where we need to make sure that there is a tight relationship with other communities. I have my own views. Google has his own views. We have to make sure that the community express their views as well. But I think one other thing we have to keep in mind is that when we are trying to bring something innovation into the industry, sometimes flexibility is also required. Right? So our process-wise, understand and agree. Please go ahead.
In regards of development and testing infrastructure, is Google sponsoring this, or how we do this?
I would allow if you can sponsor it.
You're welcome to sponsor.
See, I think this is you are touching another important point. Is that I think the SIG 4. I think we should look at that aspect as well. The code is being released. Like, is it going to work in the production? Is that you've been heavily involved in Kubernetes? You can talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, Google does a lot of the heavy lifting on this for Kubernetes still to this day, and certainly in the beginning did. Right now Google has funded a project for the first year. Eventually, we'll have to figure it out. Eventually, assuming everything goes gangbusters, as we hope they do, we'll have other people contributing as well. SIG release has to figure out how we can do that within the funding that Google's allocated to LF. Right now, we do have these we created a Google Cloud organization for Nephio. So that means we have access to GCP. We can create clusters. We're tending, as I said, current thinking is running Prow in a GKE cluster to do GitHub, to do our CI aspects through GitHub there. But it's really up to SIG4 to decide how to do that. But certainly for now, Google is funding the infrastructure costs. But if they look like they're going to, there's also, it's up to SIG4. Like there are things like Circle CI, I believe, Travis CI that offer free for open source projects to, use their CI. I don't know those so well.
See, I think the best option would be that the SIG group and the DSC should community-wise that we should list out like, here are the possibilities are. It's not compromise the quality for the cost. And if we know that this is what the community would need and this is what exactly we need to do, then we can figure out anyway, as a community, we can chip in to make it happen. Because, we do a lot of shortcuts, then end of the day, what we coming out of is not good, then it is not going to be useful for anybody. So I think let's keep that in mind. Let's come up with a list of things that we should do, then we can figure out, like some of this logistics.
Yeah, and we use Prow also heavily, also internally. I won't bring up a new CI system, but I know also the pain how it was. Yeah, Kubernetes to get on some things access because it was in Google, so that we think about this before, especially if we then later think about external vendors where they will want to integrate eventually in testing and things like that.
I think a lot of that, I may be wrong, but I think a lot of that pain came because when Kubernetes started, all the infrastructure projects were internal Google projects, as opposed to we created a separate Nephio organization. So one internal, if you're familiar with GCP, you can organizationally you can put a lot of policies on things to sort of control inbound, outbound, and things like that. Like Nephio organization doesn't have any constraints, so we can add people to it. I mean, it costs a tiny bit of money for a new person, but we can create projects, we can expose them to the internet. There's a lot fewer constraints on that than we would have in our internal Google projects. Plus, internal Google projects only Googlers can be on. And that's not true for Nephio.
So we have 5 minutes to the lunch. So
okay.
Let's go with the towel and wrap it up. Then come back and continue on the questions. Sorry if I'm. Hopefully we answered all the questions, right? So.
Sebastian, yeah.
Sebastian.
Yeah.
Fine. Okay. Please.
I actually wanted to talk about something else, but it does raise the point. We'll need a lab, or even multiple labs, because you said Google will of course provide, but we need bare metal lab, not just. Anyway, that's probably a whole topic.
That's a future discussion, I think.
And maybe multiple labs, as I said. We'd want an OpenShift lab, we'd want a Google Campus lab. I'm sure other platforms.
I can't sponsor for OpenShift lab.
When I say we, but no, I actually wanted.
I think I got your point.
Yeah, but it actually does relate to the point I wanted to make. Some of the conversation worried me a little bit. So about the release and the requirements when we were talking about CRs and dependencies. What are the dependencies is going to be very important. So I'll make a very broad categorization that we have two kinds of operators. We have kind of the special operators that we're talking about, CRs that are related to Nephio, and sometimes they're very specific to specific network function. But we also have something I would call platform operators. Multis, right? Let's take Multis as an example. So it seems fairly obvious that Multis will be a requirement, right? So the assumption will be that it is part of the platform already. And this is where I want to kind of point a potential issue, a warning for us, or from a platform's vendor's perspective. I think if we're rushing for a release and we have some opinions about some certain things, we risk basically creating a new Kubernetes distro as like the target distribution for whatever it is. I think that's the worst thing we can do. And I don't think the sentiment is really there. I think, John, you expressed it well that, if you don't like config sync, use Argo CD. If it has the same functionality, great, right? But as we move forward and we start, that delicate balance between having an opinion and leaving it open, I think we could risk really specifying what the requirements are and basically creating something that looks like a reference implementation of Kubernetes. So from our perspective, obviously we don't want that, but I think nobody really wants that because we
don't want that either,
multi-vendor, et cetera. So just a general warning about that, and to think about what our requirements are, and to keep them light, and always consider the alternatives to it, and because we also don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot for the future as well, right? Because for future evolutions of this, if release 1.0 becomes kind of too solid, right, it'll make us very hard for us to move later on and maybe change things. Because the agile approach, we're not going to be agile with our release cycle, but we want to make sure that we're not putting stakes in the ground with release 1 that will hurt us for release 1.5 or 2.0.
That's an awesome point. I'll just say how I think about it. I think about, because I'm coming from sort of SIG platform perspective, I think about we're producing a platform. That platform itself has no special requirements beyond Kubernetes. And, well, I'll take that back a little bit. It needs to be able to access, some repositories and things like that, right? There's some functional things it needs. As far as the specialized things like Maltus, the specific operators for specific network functions are going to dictate kind of those downstream edge requirements, but that's not really part of the Nephio platform. That's part of the particular content you're loading within Nephio. That's how I think of it. And if that content follows, what we're providing is the mechanisms and machinery for that content to be able to fit through that user journey. And, some particular vendor might need an operator that can talk to, I don't know, can send emails to somebody, I don't know, right? Can do anything. That doesn't mean that Nephio as a package needs access to an SMTP server, right? Like, that's sort of content as opposed to platform. And the content I think that Steven's working on, the content that should be part of the Nephio project per se, should try to have lightweight dependencies as much as possible. I guess if we can't find an open source network function that doesn't demand all these things, it can start to pin things down. So we do have to be careful. We don't want to require a particular Kubernetes distribution, that's for sure, or create one. Kubernetes can't do it. Yeah, absolutely.
Any final question before we break for lunch? And we have a swag for you guys, and we can distribute. We probably have to walk there. So before the lunch. So can we break for the lunch? Everybody's saying, okay, we have to. We can see it. Okay, let's go for it.
When should the folks online
collect the swag and then go for the lunch?
And then what time should folks on?
So folks on the phone, it's a 12 o'clock. We should be back at 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. PT. Okay.
So, quick question: What's left on the agenda? Because the lot of favors of the various things were put together, weren't they?
So what is left in the agenda is that I think there's a couple of more of hours of discussion on the primarily we talked on the SIG 1 and the SIG 2.
Yeah,
SIG
I mean,
3 as well.
If you look at the agenda has specific hours allocated to specific SIGs.
And I think
did we cover some of those?
We covered. So I think probably in an hour worth of discussion. Hour or 2 hour worth of discussion, depending upon the question that we will submit. Mostly on any open question, like questions left on the documents, and primarily wrap up the discussion. So like probably 2 hours
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes.
Feels like a lot.
Folks on the phone, we're going to start in 2 minutes. Folks, can you please take your seat? Stephen. Yeah, no, we're going to start it. All right, I think we can get started. This section of the discussion is going to be primarily discuss about other open source project. So I think many of you have mentioned involved in other open source project, mainly open source project related to telecom. So we're not going to talk about things that are outside of this group, especially if something relates to or something that we have to be mindful and care for on the Nephio part of it. I think that's what primarily we're going to talk about here. So with that, Rani, I think you guys probably know it. I think, of course, everybody should know Rani. So he's part of Linux Foundation, and he will sort of like facilitate this discussion. Again, there's no presentation or anything. I think you probably have 1 or 2 slides, and otherwise, like if we can. Yeah, please go ahead.
Get right to yeah, so thanks, Kandan.
One more thing I want to mention is like, is anybody did not get the squad? Of course, like people on the phone probably not. Okay, so Tina, I will take care of you. Okay, 3. Okay. All right.
Yeah, thanks, Kandan. So for those of you who managed to go through the last 2 days without knowing who I am, I'm Rani Haibe, the CTO of so my name is Rani Haibe. I'm the CTO for networking and edge and access at the Linux Foundation. I joined a few months ago after being a community member and working on projects like ONAP and being a member of the TAC at the Linux Foundation Networking. What we're trying to do in the next 40 minutes or so is kind of scratch the surface, basically, of how Nephio coexists with the ecosystem of other open source projects and standard organizations. And as Kandan said, we'll probably be able to address some questions, but we'll probably not solve this issue right here and right now. So it will be just the beginning. Just to get things going, this will be an interactive session. So I encourage everyone to speak up their mind. It's going to be an open discussion. Don't be afraid. Don't be shy, and or no stupid questions. So just a quick recap of the things we've seen. I'm sure you've all seen enough of this slide that's showing Nephio alongside higher level types of orchestration, and we need to go into the next level of details on that. And here you can see some basic ideas of how something like MCO can also coexist and provide value in an end-to-end architecture. And of course, we need to consider several of these standard organizations that are shown here and a few that are not shown. And we need to make sure that we all understand or all come to an agreement of how all this can work together. So to get us going, I started thinking about what could be the main questions that we all need to address. And this is based on what I heard in hallway talks, what people put in the Q&A documents of other sessions, or questions I heard before. So I'll go through those and then I'll pause and we'll see if we have some more questions that people here would like to discuss. I think when we talk about this type of integration between projects or projects providing value side by side, we need to be clear about the roles and responsibilities, or what each project does good and what is better handed off to other projects. Another thing that I kind of heard various conversation in these last couple of days is we need to be clear about how we see this coexistence of Nephio with other projects, whether it's kind of an interim solution, and at the end of the day, we envision Nephio taking over higher levels in the stack, or do we see value for other projects in the long run? And then another important thing that I learned painful way throughout my career is that sometimes it's easy to jump headfirst into the conversation of how things work without even making sure we are speaking in the same terms. So we all like to use all kind of terms like configuration, resources, but are we really speaking about the same thing? So I think part of this discussion about how these projects can work together, we need to be crystal clear about what do we mean when we say. So I heard somebody say today day 2 configuration, but do we all agree on what day 2 configuration? I'm pretty sure that we have different things in mind. So we need to be very clear about what we mean when we use these terms. Once we get all these things sorted out, we could go into speaking about flows of how things can work together. I think that would be a bit too early to discuss this today, but as a goal, I think we should strive towards figuring out the flow of how multiple projects can work together. And some other things that we need to deal with is, of course, I think some people kind of touched upon that today, is how a CNF gets packaged. So it is compatible with not only Nephio, but with the higher level orchestrator and with the multi-cluster orchestrator. And I think multi-cluster is another thing that is kind of mentioned here in under the first question. What do we mean by multi-cluster, and whose role is it to manage this multi-cluster thing? Again, I think that multi-cluster is another thing that may have different meanings for different people or different companies or organizations. So I'll get back to that in a second so we can add more questions, but just to be realistic on what we should be able to do today. I think we should strive towards reaching an understanding about roles and responsibilities. We'll probably not resolve all of it here. I think we should speak about this terminology and aligning terminology. And most importantly, I think, because we only have limited time today, we need to agree on where to continue this conversation, because we'll need to be continued for sure. I have some ideas, but I would definitely like to hear opinions in the room. So with that, I think the first thing I want to open up is if people think there are more questions that we should put on our list before we start this journey. And I think Kanban as well.
Yeah, so I think before we sort of go into questions and stuff like that, I would wish like people involved in the other community don't assume that everybody knows about it. For example, I heard about EPCO, and in a high level I know, but I'm not part of it. So likewise, I'm pretty sure that it applies to other people who are involved and not involved and stuff like that. So I think what I would recommend for today is that instead of double downing on like details and stuff like that, let's generally talk about what community, what is that community is doing, and then who is involved in which community and stuff like that. Just have a general discussion. Then I think once we progress more, I think then we can have like a deeper level discussion.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we leave here with a clear understanding of where this discussion is going to continue. So let's leave time for that. And not,
sure, that is a very valid. I see. I think, in my opinion, this is not a. I think, in my opinion, this is more of a TSC sort of a discussion within the Nephio. It's not a SIG group level discussion. I think it should happen in the TSC level, then cascade into the SIG group level. Or SIG group level have a specific area of discussion, then pop it up to the TSC for this is what we're seeing. So I think let's have a general discussion today. We can go in. So with that, like I think if somebody can talk on like MCO, I think Bob, if you could just provide like a quick overview. Sundar, or somebody like take 5 minutes and talk about like not a very detailed, PowerPoint sort of a discussion. Just to generally say like where you are, when it was started, and what is the vision going forward, and who's involved in the community. Just general information. We can do the same thing with other community as well.
All right, let's take a stab at what MCO is, where we are today, and what it does. Okay? So MCO stands for Edge and Multi-Cluster Orchestrator. Its origins are actually in ONAP. So within ONAP, there was an initiative to have multi-cluster orchestration. It eventually became a separate project by itself. It was incubated within Intel, but it's been contributed to Linux Foundation. It was open source throughout, but it's also now open governance since about September of last year. So it's now Linux Foundation networking. A lot of people are involved in MCO right now. We are seeing, in fact, growing interest. But before I get into those details, let me first quickly say what MCO is. So it's Edge and Multi-Cluster Orchestrator. So it aims at deploying cloud-native applications across a wide variety of geo-distributed Kubernetes clusters. So Kubernetes native does not handle anything else, at least as of today. And it's aimed at public and private clouds, edge locations, on-prem data centers, wherever you can find Kubernetes clusters. Okay? And the philosophy here is that we should be able to handle cloud-native applications in all different use cases. It could be very huge and very varied. So MCO relies on a very extensible architecture. So there's a certain core which kind of discovers clusters and handles them. There's also a big plugin architecture where you can add your own controllers. So you've got different kinds of controllers. So one thing MCO does is that given an application, you need to decide how to place it among multiple clusters. So people may want to add their own controllers for things like being latency aware. You want to place your application edge cluster closest to the user according to some latency metric, or you may want to place it in a cluster that got enough CPU and GPU and other hardware resources. There are many possible criteria. So there is a whole architecture where you can add your own third placement controllers, including third-party controllers. We also have a notion of action controllers, where once you make the placement decision, you take the Helm chart you started with, and you start processing it to customize it for that specific deployment. It could be cluster specific, it could be function specific. So whatever you want to do to customize it for that particular deployment, you can do via series of action controllers, which are on the pipeline. Okay. So this set of placement action controllers give you a lot of extensibility to start with. But we also can add something called workflows. So we integrate the temporal workflow engine. It's an open source workflow engine. So you can write your own custom workflows, bring that to MCO. Now you can use MCO to start the workflow, manage it, terminate it, query it, monitor status, and do all this stuff. So there are different ways you can extend MCO's functionality. So that gives a part of its power. There are a lot of different use cases being addressed through MCO or planned to be addressed through MCO. Before I go into who's involved in MCO, do you have any questions about MCO in general? I gave a very brief overview.
Could you kind of do a compare contrast for what you've heard with respect to what Nephio provides? Where you see overlap, where you see distinction between the two projects?
That's a very good question. I suspect we'll be spending several months talking about that going forward, right? So this is my take, okay? It's going to be a community discussion, of course. I think MCO and Nephio are highly complementary. There are things which MCO can bring to the table, which can, Nephio brings a lot of stuff to the table. We can both work together. They're coming up with potential scenarios where how they can interoperate. So loosely speaking, for example, you could start with MCO. A lot of people today have Helm charts. They don't have your KPP packages, right? Your VNFs and CFs often come in Helm charts. Plus, we have all these placement controllers and other apparatus already in place. So a conceivable model could be that you start with MCO, feed your Helm charts, it goes through, and let's say we extend MCO to produce KPT packages, right? So you do all your placement, get that out, feed it to Nephio in some form. So this open thoughts, okay? I'm not saying this exactly how we'll do it. Fit in Nephio. Nephio can then use that. So for example, if you add all this cluster level placement and some kind of annotation on some other form, maybe it can be consumed by Nephio. So we can get to release one faster with all this multi-cluster placement without doing everything in Nephio to start with. Even release one could be richer in functionality. That's one way to think about it. I'm not saying this is the only way, but yes, there's a starting point as the question was asked. And then you can think about some variations along those lines as well. Instead of producing KPT packets, we will produce some deployment CRD as being discussed yesterday, or maybe we go straight into porch and config sync. There are some alternatives and options out there. I will discuss more about that. But there are many ways they can be put together, even for the medium term. Okay. Did I answer your question?
I would like to add on top of that. Yeah, this is Kathy. I'm also part of the MCore project. I'm the TSC of MCore. I think, yeah, MCore can be like, so MCore's functionality can decompose complicated applications, which may be composed of multiple, network functions and applications. Okay, decompose that into, and then also doing the scheduling and the placement. So decide, which cluster should host and run, which application or which network functions, and then can translate those into individual network function CRD or application CRD, which the Nephio can take over, and then to do the to get that, and then to schedule that to the node. Basically, you have your config sync running on each Nephio has config sync component running on each cluster, right? Each cluster that can take this placement decision of each application, application and network functions, which MCore decomposed into from a user's complicated large application. Yeah, I think that's one way we can integrate these two projects. Because MCore has like Sudha said, MCore has placement controllers, scheduling controllers, has also the action controllers. So those things I think the Nephio project can leverage to provide a end-to-end solution.
So a question on MCO, is it addressing sort of a continuous integration, continuous delivery type of capability where you're constantly rolling out updates?
MCO can be integrated with CI/CD providers. So we could have some CI/CD producing stuff which is consumed by MCO and then deployed by MCO, for example. So it can be made to work with our CI/CD frameworks.
Yeah, we have an integration as well. This is Bob Monkman. I'm the community manager and open source strategist at Intel for the MCO project. Doesn't it also have integration with the GitOps plugins for Google Anthos and upcoming Azure's Arc as well?
Yes, absolutely. So the question is about CI/CD, but that could be a means through which to integrate CI/CD, yes. So MCO can directly push the packages to a Kubernetes cluster, or it can go through a GitOps model where it produces a config sync kind of thing, a config repo, from which Flux2 agent, for example, can pull it into the Kubernetes cluster. We support both models, and that could be a mechanism by which you can bring CI/CD.
So just to wrap up a little bit on the who's in the project, we have 12 companies on the TSC. We have telcos such as Orange, Verizon, Reliance Jio. We have one of the key contributors to the MCO project is the Arner Networks, who builds the GUI repo on top of the base repo and also provides commercial support and services for a lot of customers. I can say that there are deployed customers using MCO. There's also SIs, there's TEMs like Nokia and Huawei, and some other ISVs in the project. So you can find us on the wiki. You can see actually who's in the TSC. So We've had probably a dozen or so releases over the last couple of years. We have quarterly releases, and we've had 4 releases under the Linux Foundation umbrella since being inducted as a sandbox project in September of 2021.
Just like to add a couple more points. One is that MCO has a rich application model. So one of the things which Danny pointed out is what's a model, like what's a terminology, what's a data model, right? So the way MCO is structured is that, let's take for example 5G core as an example. We view it as a composite application. It's composed of many parts like UPF, SMF, and all those things, right? Each of them could be considered a single application by itself, but we want to deploy them together as a composite application. And when I do that, each application could be composed of its own set of microservices. So each level is 1:n. You take all those things which belong to UPF package as a Helm chart. Everything in SMF could be a Helm chart. So take all of them together and give that to MCO. And MCO has a notion of versioning composite applications as a whole. So you can have multiple versions for each composite application as you keep adding more applications to each version or removing them or whatever. You can specify configurations intent. So it's already declarative intent based, similar in spirit to Nephio in that sense. So you give intents to MCO to say how to place it, how to manipulate, and all those things. So what we have found is that this is a very rich model. It applies not only for the enterprise applications, also works for NFs. So you could have a combined one-stop orchestrator, which can take a combination of different things and deploy them together. So when you deploy an application, for example, you also want to go and configure some network function. You want to go and configure some firewall rules. So we're also adding support for service mesh, as pointed out. So for example, when you deploy it in a multi-tenant cluster with a service mesh, you have to do a lot more things like automate certificate provisioning in those clusters, taking care of multi-tenancy. So all those things are being addressed in MCO today. So it could be of general value to Nephio project as a whole.
I think
I want to share a little bit of my view on this. I think in general, there are complementary parts, there are competing parts as well. And the parts that I believe that we should sort of like discuss more to figure this out is that if you can also do multi-cluster orchestration with multiple operators in place. So I think from Helm chart, definitely we're not touching the Helm chart bottom, right? Then taking a Helm chart conversion into a CRD-based deployment, then it breaks the rule that you put an imperative, then declarative conversion. Actually, I'm not sure like how complementary that part would be. Maybe initially, but I'm not sure how far that transition would happen, because the CRDs are more declarative based. Wrap it up with some imperative part of it, then we may break the logic a little bit. But sort of MCO calling the Nephio Kubernetes API, which are CRDs, and invoking that for deployment of it, and then you treating multi-cluster on top of it, that could be one complementary part of it. And I think we should further deep dive and see, like what is it.
I think we have both the Helm versus CRDs and the multi-clusters identified as thing we need to go deeper into.
Yeah, see, I think the other part is that the way I look at it is that I think we also had a lot of discussion with Intel one-on-one on this topic. Is that primarily when it comes to creation of this CRDs and operator, I think you guys are not doing it, right? Mostly it's a Helm-driven approach that perspective. I think that's where completely we are not overlapping.
Just to add a little bit to that, we do actually create some controllers at the per cluster level, which MCO can automate. So it's not.
But those are not the principle of Kubernetes-based automation, isn't it? That is definitely a distinguished part between these. Yeah. So I think some of these areas, like primarily when you have like multi-cluster orchestration, can you use the Kubernetes API that Nephio would expose, and like you have an if you're talking to different Kubernetes cluster, you can treat an Nephio as one part of like the implementation where you call it and stuff like that. But again, See, I think this is a strong belief of me. Again, this is not a community expression that I'm doing. This is my own belief is that, see, end of the day, it's up to the user to figure out like how they would use it, right? So sometimes you can accomplish everything with one part of it, and definitely it's a user choice to say, yeah, I'm going to use this part and this part. And so on.
I think you made a very important comment. I think if somebody expects us to come up with the solution or the silver bullet that will address all use cases and scenarios, you're in for a disappointment. I think, to me, the beauty of open source is that it doesn't come with the user manual and there's no warranty you can void. So you can take it, break it, reassemble it any way that works for you.
I would disagree to that.
At least that's a promise or the premise.
Yeah, and especially a Linux Foundation guy saying that, I would definitely disagree.
I see I have a question, but for the sake of time, I know we have other projects to mention. We may be able to take questions, but I just want to make sure. I'm assuming that for the ONUP case, most of the people here are at least know what ONUP is. Or if not, I can say a few words, but
yeah, I think we should talk openly about. I am not sure. Like everybody know about ONAP. I think the primary area that I think this part, in my opinion, very complimentary. Is sorry, people have to give you a choice. So in terms of the service orchestration, Nephio is definitely not in that layer. So ONAP service orchestration layer for telecom, definitely that is something we should think of, like API transaction between ONAP and the other place is SMO concept of the ONAP. Basically, for this part, I think the Nephio would address all the domain automation area, configuration management, CI/CD part of it. I think the service orchestration part is something ONAP can hold on. I think we should please go ahead and ask your question.
Really, it's really actually following on on your points to echo a similar sentiment where look, these MCO and ONAP are both higher level orchestrators. And Intel and Red Hat were very good friends, right? But yesterday too, some people said, well, maybe in scope for Nephio could be service orchestration, infrastructure orchestration. And Red Hat, that's the direction we're going, right? We're doing everything on Kubernetes, policy driven using operators, right? Our advanced cluster manager does a lot of that. So just to point out that there are a lot of solutions. Also, this session, Linux Foundation and Red Hat, also very good friends, right? It's good to eat your own dog food, right? But the open source world is much bigger than the Linux Foundation as well. There's a lot going on. It's good to consider these options and how they relate, but there's a lot of stuff that's not in this room that a bigger conversation than we.
Yeah, it's a good point. I don't think, don't get me wrong or anyone, I don't think we try to claim that we have a comprehensive representation of all relevant open source or standards. I'm sure there are more. We kind of focused on the ones that were closer to home and started from this. But yeah, you make a good point that we need to look at the entire ecosystem of open source and standards and see what plays well with.
Yeah, I think one other thing I want to, I think many of you have reflected this thought process is that Nephio, we wanted to move faster, right? Use paperwork and get more things done. And in that mindset, we don't want to actually discuss about where the overlap is, this and that, without developing it as well. So I would say that this conversation, why we set up this time is that to have an open discussion so that people have a general idea about what it is and what's the thinking. We wanted to come as like open-minded. So we want to really say that in a Nephio community, we are open-minded. From a Google side, like we want to be open-minded. Even though we want to push for innovation and like really solve telecom problems, industry problem. And we also want to be open-minded. That's why we set up the session that generally people share the thought process. This doesn't mean that like we're going to have like 10 hours of discussion every week on the community calls and stuff like that. So I just want to make sure that this is being. Please go ahead.
Yeah, one of the other open source projects that, of course, we've been talking about a lot is Kubernetes and CNCF. And in order for the network functions to work better, one of the stated goals very early on is to add more capabilities into Kubernetes, right? To do more than just run the containers, things like SRIOV and VLAN assignments. So how do we go about getting those things? Because you really want them in Kubernetes, right? So we're going to be adding some capabilities. How do we work with the broader Kubernetes?
I see. Yeah, I see Johnny's eager to answer, but just one comment from my side before I hand it over to John. I think my experience, and I'll be open here, telco use cases are not top of mind for the CNCF community. And it's been, if you've been involved, you know that it's hard to get them interested in the telecom use cases and all our hairy, nasty applications with 4 NICs per pod and stuff like that. So just going straight to the CNCF SIG and saying, hey, we have a cool use case, we'll need probably something more than that. And with that, I'll hand it over to John.
Yeah, no, this is a good question. So switching hats here, putting on my Kubernetes hat. So one of my specific roles in the Kubernetes SIG architecture is one of the owners of the conformance subproject. So the conformance project is, I talked a little bit about it earlier. We actually decide what Kubernetes is, what functionality is part of Kubernetes, and in order to use the brand name Kubernetes, like what do you have to support? And from that point of view, we're very conservative about broadening that because, like I said, we've got over 100 conforming Kubernetes distributions. We're no longer a tiny little scrappy project, and choices we make have a lot of implications for a lot of people. So as a community overall, Kubernetes has been working very hard over the last several years to build extension points and to move development out of tree. So where we can interface with the Kubernetes community isn't so much on build this specific thing into Kubernetes. It's, hey, Kubernetes extension points, CRDs, for example, are one major extension point, are insufficient to meet our use case. So this has happened with Multus. Multus came to SIG Network and said, hey, we want to build multi-network functionality in Kubernetes. And SIG Network's like, that's really cool, but it's like too much for us to handle right now. It's a very niche use case from the point of view of the primary consumers of Kubernetes, and it adds a lot of complexity. So what we'd like you to do is use the extension points. So Multus built on those extension points, which were less than they are now at that time, and maybe are limited in certain ways that made the APIs more awkward than anybody would like. But they're building within the framework that they have of those extension points. So we definitely can go back to Kubernetes about that. What extension points, how can we improve them? That said, there are more recent efforts around particularly multi-network support that as Kubernetes has matured, that, okay, maybe we can start looking at that, and we've had people in SIG Network looking at that, but that will be minimum 2 to 3 years before anything like that would be upstream Kubernetes, because the complexity, as I'm sure some of you probably have worked on multis like of adding that is high, and the implications that ripple through the Kubernetes like service model and gateway and all these things are deep. So, that's kind of a long, wordy description. You may have noticed I tend to go on, but like Kubernetes hat on, we are happy to talk about improving our extension points. We have a sort of meta goal to, I don't know that anybody is like stake their life on this goal, but we have this dream vision that anything you can do with a CRD, you could do with a built-in type, you could do with a CRD. We're a long way from there. But that's kind of where we're, how I would address your question.
Sure, I understand that. So you're saying what we would do is we have some capabilities that are tied up in CRD, perhaps. We build, it kind of demonstrates how to do this, and then perhaps at some point that CRD, instead of it being custom, actually becomes built into this.
I mean, that's always a possibility, but actually the momentum is in the other direction. It's that we're trying to minimize the new built-in types that get added And instead, so if it were up to me, which it's not, if it were up to me, I would strip out almost everything from the existing built-in types and externalize those so that you have a very small core API machinery. You'll have namespaces, you'll have the RBAC and authorization. The problem is you start to run into things, well, but we need webhooks and we need, and no, that means we need container orchestration. So it's hard to like shrink that set. But like, again, separating, I have a sort of idea of separating platform from content, and container orchestration itself in my mind in Kubernetes is actually just content. It's just a particular use case that Kubernetes first addressed. But the real value and gem of Kubernetes is the API machinery. That's why I love this project for Nephio, because that's what we're doing. We're just taking the API machinery and the methodology and the principles of Kubernetes, and we're applying them to a big new and complex space. So, I mean, that's my take on it.
I think, I don't know if we have enough time, but I think the Oran SC came up this morning. I don't know if somebody wants to say a few words about the Oran SC and how it can affect Nephio, or we don't have to discuss it right now. We might not have the right expertise in the room. I'm not seeing any volunteers, so probably we'll table that. The other thing, or maybe yes, yeah.
Part of Oran SC, but I do participate in the Working Group 6 forum, which is primarily about RAN cloudification of this. And that's what I was trying to see if you kind of list that terminology part, because Oran has an entirely new set of terminology in how it describes OCloud and OCloud resources and all the kind of artifacts that go there in terms of accelerator functions and so on. So, I mean, yeah, I think you should, at least from that community sync up perspective, definitely.
Yeah, so I think that.
So, one thing is okay to add?
Yeah. Sure.
The O2 interface is something this particular community has to care for quite a bit. The reason is O2 interface primarily asks the cloud infrastructure to be deployed. And then there's some part in the O1 interface that primarily touches the network function being deployed, like CUD model, especially the network function configuration model. So I think we have a view in Google that we can actually, we did not present here, but we can actually present with one of the community called Google Server this. And we also believe that some functionalities, especially the interface is touching the SMO on the non-real-time automation part of it, which actually triggers the O2 interface that primarily says, hey, go and deploy the network function, and so configuration is needed. There is a little bit of area that we should look at it. And Ritvik, who used to be on the Oran AC, he's in our Google team, and I was one of the team that did the original RAN intelligent controller development before we started Oran. So it was me, Ritvik, and KJ. KJ is still in AJT. We understand the original thinking around some of this thing. Very happy to have me and Ritvik talk on any one of this call where we can a little bit go deeper on these interfaces and expectation. We did actually speak to some of the members in the W6, including KJ. One of the discussion is that, how do we evolve this O2 interface, right? The first specification, I think it came out like a couple months before. We should think of like, how do we evolve that interface related to this automation?
So as I said, like, basically there is an expectation of an open interface there, right? I mean,
yes.
Saying that it's an interoperability concern. It's not like, okay, I have an operator in that in equivalent to an SMO, and then I have something here, and it becomes a proprietary thing. So that is a major, I think, diversion in terms of the architecture.
The part I think where we need to double down a little bit is within the SMO, which actually create this O2 interface and stuff like that. Some places within the SMO, the current thinking in ORAN community is more of a monolithic part of the discussion and thinking.
in my personal opinion, again, this is not a Google opinion, this is my personal opinion, is that we have to make sure that these components are something like API driven even within the SMO, because I don't believe that the whole SMO can be built by one monolithic functionality and being delivered. So I think there's need to be some discussion need to happen in that areas, like, when you have like functional units that are within the SMO, how does that functional unit will talk each other that would primarily would trigger down into the O2 interface in other areas. So I think that discussion.
Kandan, this is Arpit. Can I make a comment?
Yes.
Okay, so 3 things that we need to follow up on. I think you talked about the interfaces. So specifically O1 and A1, they have had multiple interrupt tests done with some of the ONAP components as well. So there's a lot of work there that the ORAN SC, and by the way, the ORAN SC is the software community that builds the ORAN for the ORAN Alliance. So we host that at the Linux Foundation. And the program manager for that, or technical community architect, is a person by the name Sridhar Rao, so we'll pull him in as needed. So there's a discussion on interfaces, number 1. Number 2, we need to look at the SMO port portion. I think, Kandan, you mentioned that, because there is some prototype work being done to use microservices and components from ONAP, specifically that by default will integrate with the higher layer or interoperate with the higher layer of higher layers of the solution. So that's probably the second piece of the information. And then the third thing is ORAN in general SC is being interrupt tested as part of what is called 5G super blueprints under the LF networking umbrella. So it's an initiative that pulls in multiple open source projects together. We're also thinking of how to get Nephio as part of it, but in an end-to-end world with 6 or 7 use cases, things like mobile broadband or voice services. Again, when I say use cases, it's like the end use cases, right? So that's being done under LF networking with multiple projects, right? Kubernetes and all the way to the controller, to orchestrator, to edge and ORAN. So that would be the third area that we need to follow up on. Does that help?
Yeah, I think that helps. That's definitely a follow-up. Please, there is a question in the room.
Or a comment on about the monolithic aspect. I guess there's a recent contribution to basically buying internal functions and interfaces within the SMO. So I think that work has started.
I'm happy that work has started, because that is definitely for sure. I know that it is needed, because without that, it's very hard for one company or one solution to build that whole monolithic part of this.
And I think contributors have realized that working just to make that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah.
So we're almost out of time for time, but I do want to say a few quick words about standard organizations. Heard a lot of questions in the last couple of days. So first of all, our experience shows that it's best to have people who are kind of act as liaisons between open source communities and SDOs. So that on the practical side. On the more formal side, as Arpit mentioned yesterday, the Linux Foundation is set up to collaborate with all these standard organizations and take care of all the intellectual property issues and stuff like that. So I think we have a good platform. We just need to identify the right individuals and start sharing knowledge between the Nephio community and things like Etsy, NFV, or other other relevant organizations. Now, before we conclude the session, I do want to get a clear understanding of where this discussion is going to take place. And you mentioned the TSC, which makes sense. Just want to raise a question whether it will be under the scope of SIG1, or what do you think?
See, I think I summarized it before. I will repeat it again. I think generally this can be one of the discussion in the DSC. This is not the discussion by the DSC, right? So this can be discussed with other topics as well. I think the SIG groups should discuss on each individual components as well. DSC to look after the overall architecture and stuff like that. I think as an Nephio community, at some point, I think we should form some sort of ambassador sort of a role where people can actually take up on one particular area or community, given the relationship that they have with them, and try to represent or try to bring good vibe with respect to the discussion. Right? I think that would help. I think I will take that as an action item to put that into the TSC agenda.
And it sounds like there's a call for volunteers to act as these liaisons or ambassadors, whatever you want to call it.
All right, so let's wrap up this topic and more questions.
One comment. I mean, can you?
We are trying to create a Slack channel as I think a lot of team has to help us a little bit on that.
Can you broaden that question? How do we align architecture and terminology? Because that's where terminologies come from. It'll be a big exercise, I know, but
yeah, don't take these questions too seriously. It's just kind of a first try at. I'm sure we'll refine those questions as time goes by. I'll be happy to add the architecture. But I'm sure there's a lot of work. This is just the first step.
But again, I think I want to point out is that while we discuss these topics and stuff, because there's interdependency with other communities and stuff like that, and I don't want to. I think as a community, we should not lose focus on the Nepheo as well. So it's sort of a parallel activity, in my opinion, is that interfaces that are in and out of Nepheo, that people have to use it, consume it, and that is we should focus on those areas. But irrespective of this session, I think is anything else anybody want to bring up or discuss and stuff like that? So here is what I see as a summary, and absolutely a great 2 days. We really enjoyed it and really appreciate for every one of you making in person here, and a lot of great questions, a lot of great interest, and we will execute on this. And the second thing is that as a next step, as I stated, we will work with the Linux Foundation, setting up all this Slack channel and all the stuff. And in addition, we will have a couple of wiki pages created, and I think there was a request specifically on some of the links that we have. We will upload the deck, we will upload the recording, and we will set up the TSC calls, and also we will set up the call for the working on the community document. As we agreed upon, we will actually delay the SIG group election a little bit, but we will create the nugget for what the SIG group will do beyond the slides. We will create a couple of wiki pages and let the TSC look at it. But TSC is okay, then we will start that election. In parallel, we will work on the community. Okay. Anything else we should follow up? Yeah, Prakash.
I believe that telecom infrastructure project tip has requirements issued, I think, for second release for the brand stuff. And
I'm not sure on that. I'm not that familiar with the what specification. I'm very familiar with the Warren project, but not with the
these
TIPCO
are coming from
specification.
Deutsche Telekom, Vodafone, and sorts of all the telcos. Since we said our domain is telco and we have something which is related to 5G. So if there is any requirement that can ban 5G.
Yeah,
sure.
Prakash, there seems to be more alignment these days between TIP and the
Magma?
Yeah, there's
and I think Deutsche Telekom is leading the way with the I-40Y lab, where we have representation from TIP as well collaborating. So at least there's an effort to align all these efforts and not kind of diverge.
I don't think to preach.
There's good news on that.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Anybody else want to speak up a last word? Can you use the mic if you don't mind?
The overall general based on all the discussions, so it may not be a recent discussion. So many things I'm seeing. I mean, the main goal is to make everything intent-based, and while every other standards are being. So how? I mean, that's a very big change. I would say that's where we are seeing. I'm from VMware. We are seeing how to even moving towards intent-based. We are trying to move to intent-based as well with respect to has orchestration, etc. And we are seeing that as a very big challenge. It slows down everything, right? Because of that's one main question. The second one is now if with respect to Helm charts, it's now for that IT department today, everyone has Helm charts, all vendors. Now if there is a CRD kind of thing, that is the expectation, everyone changes their that would be a
See, I think I'll take up your second question because I like that question a lot. I know for sure that there are vendors on the town that they already support the CRD for the function for 5G deployment. And I know for sure that there are vendors already in the path of supporting it. And these were all individual effort within the companies, and they were not brought into an open source. They were not brought into a community level discussion. That's what this project is all about. So I know for sure that's why we see this. A lot of people like extremely interested on this. Like we heard from like multiple vendors yesterday is that they want to truly an open source place where they can actually speed up this process. Right? So I know for sure this will happen. But is it going to happen like all Helm chart overnight to a CRD and operator? Of course not, right? So we will start with whatever already there. I think this is where telecom friends are going to help us that, right? So that's one point of view. The second point of view, what you're asking is like the standards, right? What do we mean by the standard, right? There are so many standards. So 3GPP or if we take, for example, ORAN, they all provide a specification. ORAN is always talking about declarative configurations. Right? From specification perspective, 3GPP doesn't, most of the area, they don't go to that level of configuration detail. I think primarily SOL interfaces, and I think that's what you're thinking and asking. When you say VMware, I thought, okay, that's a SOL interface. Is basically, I totally agree with you. But again, the question is like, taking in a declarative and wrapping up with the imperative could be one option. But again, you lose the benefit of the declarativeness with the wrapping up. So I think this is where I think community should discuss about is that, maybe there is a temporary way to wrap it up. In telecom, temporary means 10 years. Right? Once you deploy it, it's a 10 years. Right? So I think this is where telecom friends has to help us like, what does it mean wrapping up your declarative way of doing it, and this is like primarily the imperativeness. I think this is something need to be discussed in the community, and I mean, like from a Google perspective, we don't have an answer on this, right? So we are looking, we know this problem for sure, and but the other question is like, do you really need that imperative when you have a Kubernetes API, right? Because CRDs are Kubernetes API. When you have it, like, do you really need that solid interface? So we have our opinion. I'm pretty sure John has an opinion. He's already standing up. So I think this is a good question that we have to discuss. But in my opinion, we should use the Kubernetes API because that's the whole purpose of this intent-based automation, and we should use it.
Just for the first answer, right? You said Helm chart versus CRD. Helm chart is packaging, and these lot of things are solved by great etc. Now, CRD, you will have to reinvent.
So let me take this. So I think the comparison is more Helm chart in capped packages. CRDs, you can include CRDs in the Helm chart today, and people do it all the time, right? So CRDs are more around the, remember we talk about sort of the operational level, runtime level of the cluster and managing something. So I said it earlier, and I'll emphasize it again, an operator that simply renders YAML is not a step forward. The just rendering YAML, we may as well just do that in a Helm chart or in a cap package, because now we don't, otherwise we have to change code in order to, make any change on the cluster. It's very painful. Effectively, config sync is a generic operator that just takes Kubernetes, takes a bunch of YAML and applies it to the API server. That one operator can serve the same function as 1,000 operators that do it for a specific function. So we're not trying to encourage people to convert a Helm chart into an operator. An operator makes total sense for things that we, either have complex orchestration needs internally, so for upgrades, or for example, here's a classic place where an operator would be used, I think, in a network function. So there's many network functions that have traditionally been managed via CLI, right? So I want to make a configuration change on that network function. I log into it, I run some commands, maybe I reload, maybe it takes it automatically, depends on the network function, right? How do I do that across a fleet of thousands of network functions running across thousands of clusters if I want to make a bulk edit change? It's difficult. That's what my old product did 10, 15 years ago, but we don't want to do it that way anymore. That was totally imperative. So instead what you do is you place an operator, a piece of software running in the Kubernetes cluster next to that network function, and it knows it's specific to that particular vendor's network function. So let's say you want to add a static route, just something really simple, right? You could model a static route. This is swim lane 3 in our discussion. You could model a static route as a CRD. So you insert that CRD and into the Kubernetes cluster, the operator picks up that CRD, logs into that network function, adds a static route, and makes it effective however you do that on that particular vendor. So there, you're changing runtime state at that cluster. And your operator is providing the translation between a KRM-based representation of that workload configuration and the workload's native representation of that configuration. There, you need an operator. You can't have you can't apply that any other way. So that's where that's why I expect many network functions, especially ones that have been around for a while, are going to need an operator, because they're going to need to do that sort of thing. They might also need to do things like, before I back up the database, I need to run some quiesce commands, right? If they're composed of multiple pods, one of them is a database pod. Like those are the sort of the things, like I said earlier, that a human might do if they were managing this software. That's above and beyond like something you could just change a fiddle of value in the Kubernetes API server. Bingo, yeah. Or I think Wim earlier was talking about building a model like that, where he takes gang models, translates them into CRDs, and then you have an operator that sits on top of a network device and does it. That's a perfect example of where you'd want to use that. Now, Helm charts versus kept packages is something, we believe that the way Helm works as a sort of template-driven generation engine isn't conducive. It's conducive to human use, but not conducive to automated use, and not conducive to multiple concurrent human use. So it's a scripting language effectively, and that has a lot of problems when you get to multiple actors on the same set of configuration. It's just not designed to handle multiple simultaneous actors constructing a configuration. The other analogy I use, and like I said, somebody interrupt me if I'm going on too long. The other analogy I think about is, and Brian mentioned WYSIWYG. If you're not familiar with that term, that's what you see is what you get. And this comes out of desktop publishing. So in the 80s, if you wanted to create a book, you wrote a bunch of NROF code. You wrote a whole bunch of inline code, or if any of you are math people, I was a math guy. There's LaTeX. I think that might be in order to format math equations, like you write all this sort of inline code, and then you run it through a renderer, and it renders it. That's how people used to do all of their like writing books, and it's really painful. Now, then eventually you get like desktop publishing came out, and you had this document, and what you see is what you get. You edit the document, and it shows the fonts you have, and it shows the layout you have in real time as you edit it. Now we have Google Docs or similar things where you can have 100 people in the same document, reformatting, editing it, building it at the same time before you hit print. right? Not that we print stuff that often anymore, but the analogy here is we're going to have automated tools, bulk edits, multiple human actors, all concurrently working on the same configuration before you hit publish and it actually gets published to live state and actuated on the cluster. I don't think you can do that with Helm. So if people like Helm and they're using Helm, there may be places for Helm around how you get things into the Nephio cluster, but you're not going to be able to do the automation controllers on top of that package configuration with Helm. That's our
My mom told me that if I don't have something nice to say about something, I shouldn't, but I'll break that rule. Helm only addresses day one. And so it's already not a good starting point, but everything you said, I'm not going to mince word. This is my own opinion, not Red Hat's necessarily, but I don't think Helm moved us forward at all. Generating YAML with the Jinja templates, I don't see that as a way forward for anything. At the end of the day, it's just resources and templating. So I'm not sure what value it really adds. It used to add value when it had Tiller as an operator that could do something, but that was removed in Helm 3.0 for good reasons, because it didn't align with what Helm was doing. But operators are key. And I think it's more than just declarative, right? Because I think we talked a lot about declarative and intent-driven. Again, I won't mince words. I think we're kind of not, we're minimizing maybe what Nephio represents. This is a paradigm shift, right? It's not just about moving to declarative. We've already proved that declarative works. I think Kubernetes proved to all of us that it could work, where you have an operator doing the heavy lifting of the actual lifecycle management. Then you have just a simple declarative approach. It works. I think we're all convinced of that because that's why we're here. That's why we're here. But the sea change is in the architecture of orchestration. So I call it side-by-side orchestration or horizontal orchestration. The magic to me is that the operator lives next to the workload or even inside the workload. It could be deployed with the workload. And we're used to the legacy, I'll say that quaintly, orchestration model was a pyramid, right? We would have some sort of higher level orchestration. We would think of it in terms of layers and levels, orchestrators of orchestrators. We see that even inside something like ONAP, right? It's already orchestrators of orchestrators, even though it's one model. But now we're thinking that the orchestration is best done locally, close to where the workload itself is. No delays, right? It sees exactly the same things the workload does. It's more autonomous. It can react more quickly to changes. That's where policy gets really important, because you have to manage all this autonomy and AI and with actual limitations. So I think that is the huge change here. It's dispersed orchestration, right? We're moving. We could still have higher level managers, MCO, ONAP, something up there, but it's not going to be, we don't want a big orchestrator remote sitting somewhere and actually writing the pod spec for Kubernetes, right? That would be something local, an operator that knows what it's doing. It knows also the network service that it's a part of. So it's not just the network function, so it can react. It knows it knows its role, right? So I think that is the big change happening. Declarative, I think that's just the language that we're all speaking right now, but we're upending orchestration, and that's what operators do. And we're enabling day two in a way that we just didn't have before. Helm doesn't do that. Anyway, I can go on for many hours, but I'll stop.
That is a good summary of 2 days, in my opinion. So I think that's a great job, actually. Appreciate it. Any final question on the call, or if it is not, Arpit, are you still on the call?
Yes, I am.
So I think we are done for today.
Okay.
Fantastic, and pass it to you to wrap up here.
Sure. So I was frantically taking notes, and then I realized there's a Google Doc for notes. So, unfortunately, I'll have to reconcile everything. But my key message is, I've launched over 20 to 30 projects, in different domains in the Linux Foundation over the last 6-7 years. And I'm very excited that this has been one of the most well-received and most participated at launch. Of course, we will see a few of you who are just kind of nosing around to see, oh, what's it about? And then you will disappear, and that's fine. No, we're not going to be upset about it. But I expect a majority of you to be around and growing, and that's what LF will bring to the table to sort of solve these hard problems. Because at the end of the day, if the end user, and by the way, I'm not going to call operators because that's an overloading of a term. So we'll call kind of service providers, for a lack of a better word. We used to call, the AT&Ts and the Verizon's operators, and now it's like Kubernetes has destroyed that. But anyway, so I think at the end of the day, when we solve these hard problems, there's only one winner, and that's the end user, which is the service provider. And then in turn, it's you all vendors and providers of equipment. So help us, take the next step. It's a great 2 days. I apologize I couldn't be there today in person. Had a conflict this morning. But thank you, Gabriel, Kandan, and the entire Google team for hosting it. I think the facilities are too nice. Still missing the offices and the real world, but I'm so glad we were able to meet in person. So that's my 2 closing cents. Kandan, back to you.
Thank you, Arpit. Appreciate it. Anybody want to share like a last minute note? All right, thank you. And let's be in touch, and we will follow up on the wiki and the mail conversations and get it going. That's a good one. Nephio cluster. Let's go with that. All right, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Thank you.